which should be good enough for our purposes.
Yep.
And I think let's use that. Oh, look at that. So we'll use that marker as party, make it small. And it's
Yeah, the road is heading towards the bridge.
right, which is, let's see, I got a little pointer, which is over this way.
Yeah, just like that.
So pretty much due southwest.
Yeah. Okay.
Cooking with gas.
Yeah.
I need an overlay, a hex grid, a transparency to go over the top of this. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so put that on the list of to-dos. Okay. All right. Oh, and you can zoom into it. It kind of gets grainy. It's a JPEG, not a raster image. Right?
But in your copious free time in the next 2 weeks, you can convert all these to raster images. So
The graininess helps with the immersion because, like, our map probably isn't super great quality if we even have one.
We don't have one. Well, we do now. We've got the frog skin map of the marsh.
that's right. And we've got a ranger. We need a
That's
map
worth
for.
gold.
We can look at the stars.
I
don't want to look at the stars. They gave me nightmares.
That's that's awesome. Turns out, looking at the frog skin map, that there's think of two layers. There's the map of the swamp drawn over a much more ancient image of what was at the swamp before the swamp.
Ooh.
And it actually shows the road that you're about to embark upon.
Cool. As long as the road doesn't have yellow bricks, we're good. We're good.
All right.
So does it show? What does it show where the moat house is?
Does it show them what else? It's not going to show them what else. It's going to show the underkeep.
That's my question.
Yeah, well, you asked where.
Right here at the crossroads.
No, I said, what does it show at the moat house?
Okay. Yes, it does not show the moat house. It actually, everyone can roll a percentile who's actually going, oh, that's interesting. Let's see what I can see here. Go ahead and roll.
Okay.
I was hoping that was an 07.
Oh, there it is.
Yes. I also hoped mine would be an 07.
So did I.
You still better read it.
Okay. Did anybody roll well?
Runt did.
Is that Runt's old?
Runt did not roll. Runt is not interested in this map.
Right.
Oh.
Pick up your dice then.
If you're not going to roll, hide them.
No, but I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, once we're done with this little vignette, pick up the dice.
Understood. Yeah, after you roll, just pick them back up so that people don't see that number perpetually. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Once.
Alexander? He's probably. Oh, let me look.
That's true. Let Tinder roll for Alexander then. Or Runt. Doesn't matter which.
Okay, so he doesn't say anything. I don't believe anybody rolled particularly well. Yes, you can see that there is a community there, but details are not specific, not particularly clear.
Okay. Well, we've got a road. We've got a plan. Let's get this young lass to someone who can help her.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of which, the young lass in question over the next few days will be staying particularly close to Tindo.
Everybody loves dying cat. Fuck the god of knowledge.
Well, she was like nice to her or something, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, didn't she have like a necklace or something with dying Kect on it?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah, that.
Exactly.
you did, but yeah.
Yep.
But did the Norse know that?
Do you want me to
She's Norse, right?
Yep. I can let you borrow it. You can wear it.
It's okay. I don't need kicks that badly. In my free time, campfires in the evening, whatever. I'm gonna look at the 2 books that are in Norse.
Okay.
Reading, of course, will be slow because my Norse skill isn't that high, but just trying to pick a sense of what's there.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll.
Flower, herb,
Oh God,
grass.
here it comes. I success.
Woohoo!
Okay.
My Norse is a 32. You don't have to resolve this now. I'm just
Okay.
For reference.
I've actually got it right here. I think there were 2 books, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
There
One on
were.
herbalism and the other on plant lore.
Yeah, I think these are the tomes that we're talking about.
Yeah. You said that they weren't spell books; they were reference books.
On herbalism and plant lore, plant
Mhm.
Right.
identification.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't see any other books. I
That's what he's
think
perusing.
Yeah.
correct.
Those
Okay,
are the
okay.
books I'm referring to.
Oh, okay, okay. So, yeah. All right. Perfect. That's what they are.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I worship the God of knowledge, so a chance to look at a textbook. I mean, I'm all over it.
Sure.
So,
That actually raises an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
The historically, what you've all been taught is that the prior inhabitants were all barbarians, right? But the way these books are laid out, the sort of the nature and the context of all of it, it really calls that into question. It-
How so?
well, the nomadic barbarian Vikings wouldn't create books like this.
right, barbarians tend to use oral tradition to convey knowledge, whereas this is this is a textbook
Oh, okay.
formatted the same way that your books in Telgar are.
So I was just wondering if this was going to be heresy, and I was going to watch Raymond start burning books.
Heresy, maybe. But yes, there's uh, apparently, well, been some effort to characterize the prior inhabitants as backward and uncivilized.
But that's also an easy way to expand into territory that you want.
Or to justify our territory that was previously taken.
Yes.
So sorry. The
Depending on whether you
winners,
have the foresight to do it beforehand or afterwards, yes.
the winners write the history.
Write the histories.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So the party is making its way through the foothills. There's looks like some snapping going on. There must be a hidden grid work behind this that I can't see.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I don't know how to turn it off. I'll have to explore
But you
that
just
further.
want to see it. That's what we want to do, right?
It would be
Well,
nice to see, but it would also be nice to.
Depending on if it's grids or hexes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
There is in the settings section, there is a grid snapping sensitivity slider.
Oh, there it is.
So if you want to tweak that, at least for the moment.
No snap. All right, that appears to have removed the snap. Okay. So, yeah, the road, the map does not go outside the hills, the foothills surrounding the swamp. But there are 3 roads. Actually, there's more. There's a road. Oh, I've got a pointer. There's a road that that goes up here, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to the moat house, goes out this way, and there's you can see sort of behind the overlay of the swamp that there were lots of farms in here, lots of farm fields, lots of small communities. There's a road that goes down to the south along the river, and it turns to the east through. Let's see how to expand a little bit.
So
Yeah,
basically over towards Goldak.
correct. There's a road that turns towards Goldak, going this way. Oh, I'm sorry, going this way through
Mhm.
that valley. There's a road further on that you're currently on that looks like it's headed to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a road that follows further south along the west side of the river going south.
Ooh.
Okay, so along here.
So that ties into the Dwarven Ruins rumors that we saw earlier when we were at
Perhaps.
the south end of the swamp.
And the cave that you had been in is right there on the north side of that mountain.
Does the map go that far south?
No.
Okay.
No, it does not. Okay. Right?
I think so.
Okay. Let me hide my encounter rolls.
Oh, what's the fun in that?
Well, it's only fun when a good number comes up. Now, I think a fumble ought to count as something.
Right, but it should count as something good for us.
Oh, that's fair, I suppose.
Yeah, we come across the goblins after they've been killed. There's lying dead on the street.
That the howler trip strains a muscle. I mean,
Okay, so you're moving along. You're along the road here. sort of between the hills here,
Mhm.
and it's getting towards evening. You're thinking about setting up camp, and everyone can make a scan roll.
Ooh, 10. Easy.
Okay.
So
Well,
that's
up ahead.
that's a special for you.
Yes, it is.
93. I got an 8.
Okay. Well, those of
Damn.
you who make your scan rolls will see that there's a campfire a little bit further up along your path. You can perhaps see the glow reflecting from the trees.
Hey guys, there's a campfire a little bit further up the path.
Yeah. Well, do we want to avoid it or do we want to take a look at it?
We should investigate.
Well, every single episode of me sneaking ahead has gone incredibly well, so I think we should just, stick to that same old trick.
I didn't want to think we were drafting you into this, but since you volunteered, go ahead.
That's where it was stopping. Like, no, it's gone terribly every time. We should just walk up there.
Alexander's not here. Let him do it.
I'm only good at sneaking when it involves crime. This whole turning over a new leaf thing has not been panning out in my roguish endeavors.
Have you seen was it Miracle Men? So they've got the character who's only invisible when nobody's looking at him.
That's awesome.
It's a great movie. I mean, I can't stand Janine Garofalo, but it's a great movie.
Ben Stiller's amazing in it.
Yeah.
He was, yes. What was his special? Getting angry?
Yep, getting angry. And then he had the guy that was trying to teach him to control his anger that just kept saying like stupid fortune cookie type things.
Right, right. That was great. Okay, so you conversely could turn this into crime.
Oh, there we go. That's right. You can sneak up and
in
rob
and
them.
steal something.
There we go.
Go burgle something.
We got this.
Is Alexander going to go with him?
How about we just, like we've got this other person. We don't need to create a dangerous situation when we have this, like poor young woman.
That's why I asked.
It sounds like he's losing some confidence there, says the dragon.
You can just sneak.
Says the dragon. Oh God!
Don't be joking about that kind of stuff. That's not funny.
Oh my God!
You can sneak along the pathway, scouting ahead. You don't have to sneak in their camp from the wilderness.
Even the giant dragon is sneakier than I am.
Dragon.
But yeah, if you just want me to go try to take a look at who they are and not actually
yeah. That's all I want.
Scout ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I will go a scouting.
Okay, go ahead and make a sneak roll. Actually, hide roll. What am I saying?
This is when you figure out how to make it. This is how when you figure out how to make it a secret roll that only you can see.
Yeah. That would be really nice to just be visible to the DM. That would be a really cool utility. So you don't know what you
what
actually
you do for that kind of stuff is just have the GM roll.
My sneak and my hide are both 68.
Okay. We'll go ahead and roll under a 68. I believe it's movement that we're concerned about at the moment.
I did. I've got a 43.
Okay. So you sneak up there. The roll will be relevant when it's actually relevant. Having succeeded, you can spy upon the camp and you see what looks like a sort of a gypsy wagon. It's painted and colorful. There's a couple of oxen that are happily eating whatever oxen eat. There's a guy in a worn traveling robe cooking something at a campfire. He's got an iron um it's a spit over the top of the fire pit, and he's turning something on it.
Do they look like the gypsies from Hamlet that I'm familiar with, or the gypsies from the wood cutting place that we had?
The wagon
been to?
itself has the appearance of something like the gypsies
All gypsies
use.
look the same.
Correct. But
Wow! Wow!
the guy in question, as I described, is in a worn traveling robe, and he appears bald. He is bald.
Does he disappear bald?
He might if he were to disappear, but
Okay.
at the moment he's
But
just
yeah, like
sitting there turning a spit. He does not strike you as being a gypsy. No, he doesn't have, the accoutrements and the
wait, the guy
colorful.
turning the spit doesn't appear like a
There's
gypsy?
only one guy.
Only one.
One guy sitting at the campfire. There's a pig on the spit, and he's turning it and basting it.
Looking around, does the camp look like it is set up for more than one person? Like other people are out and not here at the moment?
Yes. In fact, there are a number of chairs sort of arrayed around the campfire.
Okay. In my sneakiness, I would like to go look for those individuals.
Okay.
Or signs of them and the direction they might have traveled.
So go ahead and make another movement roll. Okay.
Not great.
The person at the camp looks over in your direction and kind of squints a bit and sort of waves his arm. Come on in.
I think he may have noticed you.
Come into the camp, like over there, like with you.
He kind of looks in your general direction and kind of looks around the camp, and I'm not sure where else I would be waving you into, he says. But to your own, he goes back to churning the spit.
I will cautiously wander in, looking around.
Okay, you can make another scan roll, or a scan roll.
No. I haven't had a good meal in a while, and I am thoroughly distracted at that.
So there's a stone that you trip over as you make your way into the camp, and as you trip, you can make another roll. And you'll note that on the inside of this, on the side facing the camp, there's a rune marked on the stone. And he kind of looks over at you and says, careful with that. I wouldn't want you to break that. That would be bad for you.
There's a thing on this rock.
Yeah, that's one of the warding stones.
What are they warding against?
Persons who would want to do me harm.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll come sit down with him. I have some friends off in the woods too.
Oh, really? Are they going to join us?
Probably. I mean, I could, go get them. We've had some bad luck with people at camps.
He snickers. you you have to choose your company more carefully. Yes, it can be dangerous out here. He points at the stone.
That's a smart little thing there. That would be a cool trick. Is that something you can teach people?
I sell them.
Okay. And I mean, do you mind if I just holler for them and stuff?
I'm sure they're keeping a careful eye on you. At
Well,
least
not
I would
really.
hope my
No.
friends would.
They're just gonna let me run off and do my thing, and
Oh no,
we'll
no.
see
We
what
keep
happens.
a careful. We keep a careful eye. We'll have a blooper reel later.
And I'll just kind of give a loud little whistle.
Okay. Everyone can make a listen roll.
This is not anything that I have prearranged with them before in any way. I'm just,
We
doing
figure
it.
at some point he'd have been caught, and we'd have to go save him.
If anyone makes your listen roll,
Yeah.
you will hear him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, once everyone gets into camp, so when you hear the whistle, what are you going to do? Is that the sign that he's under great duress, or is that the all clear whistle?
It should be all
I don't
clear.
know. Make him
Great distress should be something very, very.
I'm gonna yell out, "What?"
make him role play the whistle. I want to hear this whistle so that I can make the determination of what it means.
Whistling into headsets is very rude for people, so I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's why you're supposed to step back from the mic and do it.
I'll follow up with should be fine as long as you don't want to hurt this guy. Then it might be bad for you. Yeah.
So
Okay.
It's
I'll-
suspicious, but let's go.
Yep, I'll take the girl with her behind me, and wait. Did we go to
Okay.
Hamlet and drop her off and then go this way?
We were on the way back. I
We're on the
thought.
way-
Yeah,
We're
this
on the
is
way
the way
back.
back.
Okay, making sure.
Shield wall activate.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
I'm going to amble into camp.
Okay. We make our way into camp. Once he sees how many people, he will get a keg of beer and yeah, actually he'll go into the wagon and get a small keg and bring it out and tap it and some mugs out and help yourselves if you're thirsty. The pig will be ready momentarily.
Whistle help him with that keg.
Okay. Well, he
You
appreciates that.
you expecting anyone else to come back or here?
No, not at all. How many are you? Okay, we got enough chairs. We're good, right? Well, make yourselves comfortable.
Thanks.
We've already accepted his hospitality, so I'll sit down on his chair.
Okay, so once everybody sort of gets settled, He'll set plates out on a stack along with utensils. Well, he'll come back once all those preparations are done and have a seat again and checks out the pig and says, well, this is just about ready. Your timing's pretty good. What brings you folks out here?
I mean, doing like the long story or the short story?
Or the really long story.
Well,
A
that
short
sounds
story,
like
we're
a
heading back
story.
home to Hamlet.
Oh, I see. You've been investigating the old battlegrounds in the swamp, have you? Find anything interesting?
That's very something.
Wes will look at the girl.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll point at the girl. Of course, given that Wes and I are pointing at the girl who's all over Tindo, clearly we're just jealous.
So he does not seem to notice your you're pointed looking at her. He's obviously distracted by the preparations of the pig.
Oh,
I'd offer to help, but I can't cook, so.
well, what we found in there was we found this woman.
Okay. He kind of stops and looks at you.
She was a
Okay.
captive of a witch.
Oh, right.
As if that explains everything.
He does at that point look at the girl. And then he looks at all of you, and she's dressed quite differently from the rest of you.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll point at her, and she'll kind of hide next to Tindo. Oh, wait, she doesn't understand what he's saying.
No, but he pointed at her, right? Or he's looking at her?
That's true. That's true. Yep. That's probably enough. Yep.
But she's just wearing rags, isn't she?
That's right. I don't think anybody gave her anything else.
And if she's had those since she was 12, they're probably pretty tight.
I don't have any clothes.
She can. So what would I have? I would have a robe and then my armor and undergarment for the armor, right?
Sure.
So if I took off the robe, which is more decorative, she could wear that, right?
She could, yes, sure.
Okay, then she would have that, and I would just have the armor
right.
and the undergarment for the armaments.
Okay, so you did give her something that would be fair and make sense.
Did the witch have any clothes? There were clothes in the trunks.
That's true. Yes, there were.
So we would have something for her to wear.
Do you really want the girl to wear, like, witch clothing?
Although...
Do any of us want to even, like, touch witch clothing?
Witch clothing. The rich witch clothing.
Suffice to say, you probably found something either amongst yourselves or in the trunk that she could wear. In any case, I think he's observant enough to notice that she's not quite the same as all of you.
One of these things does not look like the others.
Right. And so he'll look at her and then look at you guys kind of questioningly. And say, wait, you freed her from the witch? How did you get past the dragon? He inquires.
The
We
dragon. You know
dealt with
about
him.
the dragon, yeah.
Looking very nervous.
I don't.
We managed to free the dragon. The dragon took care of the witch.
Wow, that's pretty straightforward, wouldn't you say?
Oh.
Actually, I won't say we. I would have pointed out who kicked the flower over to him.
Endo, I believe.
Was that Alvis?
Elvis.
Yeah,
That was
I
Alvis.
pointed that Alvis freed the dragon because Wes is modest.
Freed it. Oh, and some sort of recognition comes over him. So she had some control over him.
And I'll
Oh,
point at my left eye with my middle finger.
It's like, that makes so much sense now, he says. Well, congratulations. That she was quite a blight on hapless adventurers seeking fame and glory and wealth in the old ruins. Wow.
What tails of the dragon do you have?
Dragon dangerous, controlled by witch.
And I don't think she's dead. She's just temporarily dead.
No, she's
Well,
gone.
Yeah, she escaped.
Oh,
Some things you just can't kill, right?
Yeah, one of them won flying broomsticks and cackled off into the sunset.
No, she
Wait.
sparkled. She didn't have a stick.
oh, okay.
But
So
even so, in that she appears to be driven off in the short run,
Yes.
which is something.
well, I'm not sure whether to congratulate you or to wish you good luck. he you might think about that a bit.
It has been in the forefront of my mind for quite some time.
I would imagine.
It was not, but now it is. So thanks for that.
It is better to not have a dragon chasing after you than to have a dragon chasing after you.
You know,
Oh,
I'd take a witch over a dragon any day.
Oh, he looks at you. You have no idea what you're saying.
I don't know, man. When that dragon like came to us the first time, that was scary.
Yeah, imagine what it took to capture something like that, and you freed it. She can't be happy about that. he kind of snickers a bit, and yeah, you might want to start looking over your shoulder a bit. Just saying.
But
Well,
it's okay for the moment because we're protected. And I glance at the standing stones.
oh well. For the moment, sure. I doubt she would come after you here. Anyway, the looks like the pig's ready. Plates are on the table. Help yourselves.
Does he sound more nervous now?
Not at all.
Okay, good.
He seems quite at ease.
Pig time.
The dragon, the witch, and the girl.
As long as we don't have a giant dresser show up, we're okay.
Yep.
Right. So,
I'm okay with the giant dresser showing up if it's the one from the Discworld books.
I will.
You guys make references, and I never understand any of them.
So my reference was to the book, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Oh,
Which my reference was as well.
the wardrobe is awesome. Although you need the tooth fairy to make it. Well,
Yeah.
I
Anyway.
haven't read any of the Discworld stuff, so I don't know that one either.
Oh, just watch the movie. It's called The Hogfather. Get the Hogfather.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
So anyway, I will certainly eat, but I will not eat first.
he will eat first.
Yeah, Runt would eat first. He's got no qualms.
Okay. Yeah, he's not gonna. He does not appear to put much stock in formalities. It's like there's the plates, the food's there. He will help himself and start eating.
I'm not worried about formalities. I'm worried about poison. What are you talking about? So,
Exactly.
I would offer him some of our stores, but iron rations don't compare to this.
Not at all.
So, actually,
there is a bowl of local herbs and fungus as well.
For the
So,
vegetarians.
well, he's going to have some salad along with the pork.
Actually, I still have a flagon of brandy.
You
Okay.
do? From where?
That we got way back in like the first adventure.
You still have some of that?
I still have some of that.
Oh, you pig.
So no, a pig would have drank it all by now.
That's right.
So I will pull it out and offer him some as thanks for his hospitality.
Okay.
I'm not giving it to him. I'm
Right.
offering to give him a drink from it.
So you pull the
because
flask
Wes would kill
out,
me if I gave it to him.
and you show him the bottle, and he will look at it, and well, you are surprising, he says. One moment. He goes back into the wagon. He's obviously looking through some cupboards, and he will shortly come out with a tray and a number of small glasses. And he'll set that on the table and motion you over.
I'll come over.
Okay. There are a number of glasses equal to everyone here. And, they're small. They're like a couple of sips.
Refresh my memory, guys. Do any of you not drink? Hearing nothing, I will fill the glasses.
Okay. So as you open it and start to fill, he's like, "Oh, wait! You should let it breathe a little bit. Let's we can finish our meal and then enjoy that tasty repast after."
Fair enough.
And thank you.
So
it's quite an unexpected treat.
So the least we could do. This, and I gesture to the pig, is also a very unexpected treat.
So he sits down, returns to his eating. So what other interesting adventures have you had?
Questions answered.
We helped Sir Michael identify a cauldron that he took back to Telgar and fended off the Howler when it attacked Omelette. And then there was the double.
You guys were there for that? I heard stories.
When Hamlet was attacked?
Yeah, skeletons?
We were the messenger group.
So you're the ones responsible for all that hubbub in Telgar. Wow, you
Maybe.
guys are
Responsibility is a big word. We did not create the skeletons.
Wait, hold on.
Hubbub in Telgar?
In Telgar?
Oh yeah.
What hubbub?
Once it was learned that there was the cauldron creating undead marching against Hamlet, that created something of a stir.
Oh, tell us more, because we know about the piece in Hamlet itself, but
well, where do you think the army came from?
Well, of course, but
I mean, it's not really important because we don't really want to go back to Telgar. So what they think doesn't really matter and stuff, right?
Yes, but it gives him an opportunity to talk.
Well, yeah. So, what? It's 100 years ago or more that the kingdom over east attacked, and that this appears to be the start of new aggression on their part, and not just aggression, but looks like some ancient lieutenants of Forg are involved. That's got certain people in Telgar rather concerned.
Was the like demonic thing that we saw in the underground place like a lieutenant of Thorg, or was that something else? Looking at the party, not the guy.
The vampire lord in the moat house, we believe was. The vampire in the crypt underneath the moat house, we're not sure.
Question, says the guy. Vampire lord?
We were
They're a friend.
whispering because he was asking the party stuff, right? So
Can
it's
he really be
explained to
a
him.
Can he really be a lord if he didn't have any subjects?
Yes, but I was asking it out loud to start that conversation
Oh,
about those other
I would have
aspects
just
of
whispered in his ear that
our
piece,
adventure.
though. But
My
the
take
vampire
is that,
lord piece probably still came out somewhere.
right. Once somebody said vampire lord, the guy was like, "Wait, what?" And he's questioning, "What vampire lord? What are you talking about?"
We thought you were a knowledgeable person. How have you not heard of the Vampire Lord?
That's just what we called it because we didn't know what it was.
That's true. But weren't the warden peoples like fighting the vampire lord?
No, they were fighting off the entire zombie army.
What? Wait, what warden? What? What are you people talking about?
When the
Oh,
skeletal army was moving through the swamp towards Hamlet from the north, not from the south,
They
we were in the old moat house. And two of these fellows we were told later are called wardens showed up.
wardens.
And they took on the skeletal army while we escaped.
So I think there's been some confusion. So let's correct that.
Or guardians, right?
Rangers?
Sentinel.
Sentinels. That's it.
Okay.
Some fancy title. I don't know.
Okay. So you mentioned the Sentinels, and he says, "Oh, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that they would be involved against the undead."
What do you know about them? Because we know
They
nothing.
they are beholden to none, as far as not a lot's really known about them, other than they are particularly concerned about the undead,
Sounds like a
and
pretty sweet gig.
they make great efforts to hunt down and destroy any undeads they can find. Yeah, they call themselves Sentinels. I don't know where they're based. I don't know that anybody does. They're a pretty secretive group, but they're very skilled and they're very good at.
Very skilled and
Uh,
fast.
well, I suppose if you're dedicating yourself to hunting down undead, you would have to be particularly good at what you do. Otherwise, you become an undead yourself. I've had some dealings with a few of them from time to time.
I'm not surprised if you're out here by yourself a lot. which seems to be the case.
Oh, I travel around a bit. He smiles.
So, like, to that point, like,
Yeah.
who the hell
Spit
are
it
you?
out. Oh, oh, forgive me. Such a poor host that I am. My name's Luther, and I trade in rare commodities.
Nice to meet you, Luther. I am Elvis.
It's good to meet you, Alvis.
Well,
And to the point, I was curious as to whether you had found anything interesting in the swamps.
I pointed the lady.
I don't do that kind of business, but other
But
artifacts.
you do have to admit that finding a prisoner in the swamp like this is interesting.
I'm sure you'll make every effort to care for her well-being, which,
That is indeed the plan.
yeah. But no, my interests lie more in artifacts.
So then, since you're here at basically the borders of the swamp, and you're clearly going into the swamp, otherwise you would have run into each other earlier, you're in search of something.
Well, I actually am not particularly interested in going into the swamp. I'm more interested in what comes out of the swamp. Specifically, if you found anything interesting, I
Oh, we
could
found a
perhaps
map.
make it worth your while. Map, you say? What?
I don't know. The other guys were all fawning over it. I don't know, just looked like a map to me, but it seemed old.
I'm happy to show it to him. I will make it clear that I have no real interest in selling it.
Okay. Okay, so you showing the map?
I'll show him the map.
Okay.
And while we're at it, I'll show him the textbooks as well.
I'll be like, we should really sell him the map.
Well, the map is interesting. There are some collectors in Telgar that would be interested in this from a expeditionary point of view. That is, underneath the overlay of the swamp, you can see what used to be there.
Yes.
That has a potential to be of great interest to certain parties, from an archaeological point of view, of course.
Of course. And I am sure that we can, that the temple will have some discussions about making copies of this available.
No, we don't want to give it to the temple. Come on, the temple doesn't pay for these things.
He looks at Runt and nods. That's right. Although they might sponsor some research, possibly, if you talk to the right people.
See, I was waiting for the objection to come from Wes. What, you think we're going to give this to the temple? Oh, no.
I think that Raymond's got as much interest in this map as Wes does, so I don't think it's going to leave our hands.
That's where I'm going with this.
Wes doesn't have to object if Runt doesn't form.
It's true too.
Why play that card?
When we get to Hamlet, we can have a discussion about where it actually ends up. But the key is it's not leaving us here.
Well, why not? If he wants it and it makes it worth his while, like, what's the big deal?
Because we still need it.
Why?
Because we're probably going to use it.
No, that's only going to lead to like ancient undead dwarven lords or like
Adventure. Oh, we can't have
That's
that.
right.
from beneath. Like, come on, guys.
Spoken like a true hobbit.
But either way, this is the map that is the key to untold both danger and riches. And
We don't
while
know that.
Okay, I'll tell
No.
you what, says Luther. I'll tell you what. Since it appears as though you do recognize its potential, perhaps we can come to an arrangement.
Does
We'll
that
look at him.
arrangement involve us risking our life while you reap the rewards?
Well, yes, that's my job.
God, I've seen so much of this lately.
I will look at him skeptically and say, "Go on."
Well, as I said, there are interested parties in Telgar that would pay well for the recovery of artifacts of interest in the old ruins. Knowing where to look gives you a considerable edge over the random approach that most, well, I mentioned archaeologists previously endeavor
course.
upon. Knowing where to look is of particular value to a successful enterprise. A map like this, as you seem to recognize, affords you an opportunity to leverage the exploration.
Indeed.
But of course,
So-
you would have to know who to reach out to, at which point he will smile broadly. I see I've made my point.
I respect your point. It is certainly food for thought.
Okay, look, we're gonna go do stupid and reckless things anyways. We can just sell the map to him and go do those other stupid and reckless things, and then we get
Point.
both.
I
We
like
get
the way you
both.
think, Runt. So, what do you think the map is worth to you? He says.
You got any of those like books that like magic people are always like fawning over and like, oh my goodness, this holds so many super powerful secrets. I mean, that probably win this guy over.
He looks at this guy, whoever it was that you indicated, with a raised eyebrow.
was it me?
I don't know who was Runt indicating.
I think it can be whichever one of us you want it to be.
I just gestured vaguely at the people that do magic.
Okay, he will look vaguely at those people who Runt indicated.
Oh.
Well, don't all speak up at once, he says.
Hey, Raymond, could I have the map?
No,
Why?
I believe we actually have it open and like spread on a
On the-
table or a lap
right.
somewhere.
Yes, and I'm asking you, may I take it?
And what would you do with it, pray tell? Just out of curiosity.
I would put it in my backpack, and that is all that I plan to do with it.
Well, Luther says we're looking at it at the moment. He kind of looks at it and looks at you. Besides, and he looks at the people that were vaguely referenced by Runt questioningly.
Most people look questioningly back at him with the raised eyebrow.
I mean, come on, he's got to have some like elven book of super death words or something that you'd be interested in.
Elven Book of Super Death Words? He looks at you.
I swear to God, I'm going to save that. At some point, we're going to go looking for the Elven Book of Super Death Words. It'll be like the Elvish catalog of dwarven swear words or something.
Uh,
Dwarves cuss you
well,
out, but elves just kill you.
as it happens, I don't have the Elven Book of Super Death Words, but I do have some spells in the Elvish script. Yes.
See, what Brent doesn't realize, I'm not in the market for a new spell list at this point.
I
'Cause
just assume all wizards are.
Because I just don't have the power for that.
I don't know. I think it'd be really cool if you had like 30 different spell lists and you only had one power, so you could pick one spell to cast, but you have 30 spells or 30 lists to pick from.
That wouldn't be so bad, but having one willpower means that a 6-year-old child can talk me into things. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Man, that would be dangerous if Runt could just convince you to do whatever he felt like.
My point exactly. So, if you're going to try to sell, let's trade this for spell books, Wes is the person you want to talk to.
He looks at Wes. The cleric having indicated that he is not interested.
I should mention, by the way, we do have 2 clerics.
Wes,
Wes is not interested in ridding ourselves of the map until after it's been fully exploited.
yes.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
No.
Well,
he will say once it's fully exploited, there's no value left in it.
I mean, it still shows safe passages through the swamp, or at least
Yeah,
what
but
used to be safe passages.
the value is in what it offers now, not what is offered after it's been exploited. That's the whole point of this.
Well, we'll exploit it to some degree, and after we're done, we'll give it to someone, and we won't tell them how we've exploited it.
He kind of looks at you. He's like,
I'm kind of looking at him.
hey, do you need a compass? I mean, one that measures or marks your moral heading.
No.
Well, perhaps you should think on that. Well,
In the meantime, I do think the brandy is ready.
probably so.
I
Well,
mean, what about the silver hauberk?
hauberk? Sword? Says Luther inquiringly.
Well, I'm wearing the hauberk, so it's very hard to hide it.
Well, oh, okay.
Unless it's under something. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's under my giant holy symbol, but
I don't know if you wear a tunic or, I mean,
like
how would you
like
know?
like Flava Flav, the giant. Anyway, yeah. I mean, I'll
Okay, so you point out
pull the
that
tunic aside, and we found this. It fits me relatively well, but I have another set, so.
So you found that in the swamp.
Indeed. We found it in the witch's lair.
Ah. Well, he kind of looks at it. Well, it certainly has the yeah, it appears to have some value. He appears to be assessing it. I could tell you more if you would wish me to examine it.
I'm not opposed to that. I'll take it off.
Okay. Well,
Let him look at it.
Wasn't there like a shield thing too?
you found a shield?
Okay, why are you just telling them everything?
Can I see the shield? He seems curious.
I have the shield. Have a look at it. Hmm.
I'm sorry. Can I see that?
Yes.
Okay, so he'll take it and kind of hold it and look it over, and he'll set that on the table next to the hauberk. Do you have anything else interesting? That both of these are of potentially magical properties.
Well, there was
Look,
a
he holds his hands up and he says, "Look, guys.
there was a sword
I'm
also.
okay. Look, it's like this. I'm not going to cast a bunch of different spells to figure out what these are. If you're interested, I'd be happy to check them out. I would charge you a modicum to do so. I'm not going to do it for free,
Of course.
but I, if you're not interested, that's fine too. No skin off my back. But let's, either get serious about it or not." He smiles.
Well, you've already revealed the sword. So there's the sword, the shield, the hauberk. I don't think there was anything else that we thought was magical.
I don't think so either.
So, and we've already, the books and the map we've already dealt with. So I think that's it.
I mean, have we found anything else weird lately?
If we have, it's been a month of real time and I've forgotten it.
Yeah.
He'll say she didn't have a crystal ball or something. That's kind of a witch thing,
Yeah.
If it did, it might have been melted by the dragon acid.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, what did we trade the crazy alchemist lady? What did we get from her?
A bunch of potions.
Man, I really think we got the raw end of that deal. I really liked those gems.
Well, we can have that discussion at a later date.
Did we use any of those potions?
No, we didn't use any of those potions.
Cool. We're good at this. So you know how we didn't use any of those things, but we keep holding on to them? And he's gonna look pointedly at the map.
All right. Well, Luther says, well, if there's nothing else,
Would you like some potions?
Even potions.
No. I do sell potions if you're interested. But no, I typically don't buy them. Unless it's interesting. Do you have anything interesting?
What would you classify as interesting?
Something that you found and you're not sure what it is, and it's probably of ancient origin. not a healing potion that you bought from some wandering alchemist.
They're not wandering. They got like a permanent residence set up. Like,
Oh,
where was this
really?
dungeon place?
He looks curiously. What?
Yeah, like I don't know. Where
Yes.
did you guys take me?
At this point, by the way, I've had my brandy. I am pretending that I'm mellow as hell.
Okay.
Wes is over by the keg drinking.
So, Runt, do you really not know that it's the moat house? Or I don't understand what's going on.
No, I did not know
Okay.
where she was underneath. Like I
Yeah, it's the moat
recall
house. You
that
were there.
we went somewhere to
Yes,
find
the
her,
moat
but I
house.
okay.
Okay. So you
So like underground in the moat house in the dungeon underneath, right?
okay. So
Yeah.
you'll
It's
say, uh, go ahead, Tindo.
all you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, you were breaking up.
I said, nope. Go ahead.
Okay. So he'll respond. So there's an alchemist who set up shop in the moat house. Why would someone do that? He says. That seems odd.
I assume it's to do illegal shit.
Oh, well, that makes perfect sense then. Let's buy potions from someone doing illegal stuff in the moat house. You guys are clever. I'll give you that. Well, so
I mean, at the time, we thought we would have to be fighting the witch, so we thought anything would help.
well, that's fair enough, I suppose. In any case, 3 items. Normally I charge 100 silver, but since we first met, and I'm give you a break, that'd be 50 silver each. So 150 silver, and I will psych these things out for you.
Out of character. I am struggling to remember which items in full we bartered to the alchemist for the potions.
We
Uh,
traded, I believe, a magic book.
hmm
Yeah, it was the Elvish book, and then the gold plate and the silver or the crystal decanter.
So
Flatware.
we did do the ancient plates and silverware.
Yep.
Hmm.
Okay, so then did I not actually do my bag of gems? Because I know I had originally offered them, but I don't know if she had actually been interested in them because they were just gems.
As I recall, they were put on the table and were therefore considered part of the deal on her part.
That is what I had recalled, but I don't recall where the bartering had kind of left us. It was
Uh,
there in the initial offer,
yeah,
for sure.
I'm sure that given that context and my understanding as well, that she would feel that if it was presented as part of the offer, it's part of the offer.
Perfect. I will delete all of those items off because I had not done so previously.
So I don't have any of the silver. Somebody else is carrying it.
I got 16 silver.
Yeah, I don't think we have the money to pay this guy.
Yeah, I have 13 Minox silver. Everybody should have about that much as well, if I remember right. That was a split off of something.
Okay. So 13 times 5 is 65. Um, And
We can afford one.
we could afford one.
Wait, what about the copper? The
What
2
copper?
bags of copper that we got from the witch place.
Well, like I said, somebody else has those.
It's in the journal. Hold on.
There were some gemstones that you found along with the copper. So there's 500 copper pieces, but I don't believe the gemstones have been assessed.
Oh yeah, it just says gemstones. We don't have those assessed yet. And the 2 bag
Well,
of copper coins is 500 copper.
And there's
And-
also a star crystal, a star
What's
quartz.
the what do we mean? What's it called? How's that convert? Again?
10 to 1.
Well,
So
if we have,
500
you
is
say
50.
we have items that are actually worth money, but they haven't been evaluated yet.
You do, in the
I'll
form of a bag of gems.
I'll try to evaluate them. Then.
Go ahead and roll.
These dice are mean because they always spin real slow at the end. But that I evaluate right on the dot.
So you succeeded in your evaluate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You assess that the bag of gems is worth around 1,000 silver.
So 100 gold.
Correct.
Okay. And there was a star crystal as well that was different.
There is a star quartz crystal, yes.
But not included in that evaluation of the bag of gems, correct?
Right.
It was found on a little pedestal in the lair.
Well, I can evaluate it, but I wouldn't get that one up even if I thought it was worth something. So I don't need to evaluate right now. But who was negotiating? The face, Raymond. So I will let Raymond know that this bag of gems is worth about 100 gold, or 100. It's 1,000 silver, so 100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
100 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we could probably piece out some pieces here to give him.
So pick out something that's worth 125 silver.
Okay, I will do that. Pick out some gems, hand
Okay.
it to Raymond, and let him continue the knowledge gathering. He should be able to get. He should get power checks because he's using his deity's powers.
I'll lay the gemstones out on top of the map.
Okay. All right. He'll take a look at them.
What do you think of these?
Okay. I'm going to use Tindo's prior roll for his assessment of value, since the determination is so close together. And Luther will say, well, why don't you kick in another 40 silver and we'll call it good.
I don't know. 40 silver seems a little high. You could do 25.
30.
Okay, but we're paying you in copper.
He chuckles. Fair enough.
There you go.
Well, yes, in fact, all of these 3 items are enchanted, and they are steel. Looks to be of some quality as well. I would have to disassemble the hilt on the sword here to identify the maker, if notable. Are you all okay with that?
I would look at Alexander at this point, since he's the one that's been wielding it. Go on. Any competent swordsmith can take it apart and put it back together.
Very well. So he will take the hilt off. Well, it is marked, though I don't recognize the maker, although he points at a symbol that you've all seen before. Remember the guy that you got the flatware from?
The cow guy?
Yes. Next to the name of the maker is that symbol. And Luther will say that this, I know, represents one of the ancient families that rebelled against Forg. And I can only assume that this name is one of the smiths associated with that house. Don't recall the name of the house though, unfortunately. But I can tell you just by the way that it's presented that the maker is of some note, though not a name that rises to my particular knowledge. He puts it all back together and takes the blade through a few katas and then says, it is well balanced. I would assess that it's of the first order of quality. And they're vaguely categorized in tiers, apprentices, masters, and then skill beyond that of a master. And it appears that this is perhaps one of the apprentices under the tutelage of the master of that household, the master smith, I mean. It's once enchanted, which would suffice against harming most undead, and plus it's silvered. The other items are of similar quality and make. So, pretty good haul for you
Specific
guys.
enchantments,
I'm sorry?
but no specific enchantments. I mean, protection from acid or whatever.
None that I can see.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
You're welcome. So, in mechanical terms, everything's
seems like
plus.
a pretty good gig. Like, charging a couple hundred some odd silver to just spout that kind of stuff off. So, like, how did you get into this line of work? Like, where would I go to, try to get in on that hustle?
Do you have any magical training?
Oh, not at all. Mm-mm.
Well, spend a few years at the tower in Telgar and get yourself trained. And then buy a nice wagon like this and some oxen, and you're all set. He smiles. Well,
Well,
So in specific terms for the items, they're all +1 magically enchanted. They are also all +1 from the quality standpoint. Okay. So
Is that above and beyond the steel piece, or is that part of the steel piece?
the steel part adds hit points.
Okay,
The quality
as the
adds
bonuses.
+1, and the magic will add +1, which is the same as saying it's a +10 sword, 10%, and it will do +2 damage.
Check, gotcha.
So the enchantment for the Hauberk then reduces damage for covered locations by 1?
Correct.
Okay.
No, 2.
2, okay.
Right. So it's steel, so it's got its AP from being steel, and
Oh,
And
then
then +2.
Then correct, +1 from quality, +1 from enchantment. It's important to note the distinctions because some things are not resisted by the kinetic or physical aspect of the armor,
Right.
whereas the magic protection would resist.
Okay.
Okay.
So for the shield, it's
Same
plus
thing.
10% to actually use it, and then it's got more
Armor
More hit.
points.
armor points
Yep,
Yes.
because it's steel.
and enchanted.
So wait, so it gains additional things because it's enchanted
Correct.
as well as steeled?
Yes.
And it's lighter.
No.
I'm sorry, I thought the steel made it lighter. My mistake.
The AP value that for the same weight you get more AP.
Right.
If it's steel and you want
Okay.
it lighter, you detract or subtract some of the AP bonus in favor of making it lighter. But
That
that's
makes
not
sense.
what this is.
There are also enchantments to make stuff lighter too, isn't there?
Wait, so the shield has 19 armor points?
It's half again what the regular shield is +2.
So regular shield is 12, right?
Correct.
I think so. So it
So
should be 20
12,
total.
so 20. Okay.
And it adds +10 to your parry.
10%.
Correct. +1 from the quality, 1 from the enchantment. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Awesome. So yes, some very cool stuff. Well, says Luther, I think I'm going to turn in for the evening. You, of course, are welcome to enjoy the camp. I will be packing up early and going, though.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you for your hospitality.
And he will retreat into the wagon.
I'm really glad that guy didn't try to kill us. Like, that's a nice change of pace.
Yet.
Okay, the evening will go by uneventfully. Otherwise, morning comes. Luther is probably up before you guys, taking care of the oxen and getting a breakfast going. Okay, well, if nothing, then he will pack things up and bid you all adieu.
May the gods smile upon your path.
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, so where do you guys go from here?
Well, still on our way to Hamlet.
Okay, are you gonna go toward the bridge, or are you gonna cut across
Are
to
we out of the hills at this point?
You're actually in sort of the middle of the hills on the road, the ancient road.
I suggest that we follow the road until we are out of the hills and can get our own bearings. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay,
And then cut it over.
all right. So you continue to the southwest. A couple of encounter rolls later, there are no encounters. Midday, and you're alongside the river. You know
So,
of a
go ahead.
ford
Yep.
to the south that crosses over near the bridge.
Refresh my memory. How safe is it to just work our way up the left side of the river?
Well, there's been recent goblin activity
Like, this is where we hid from the goblins before, right?
in this area, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, yes, there has been recent goblin activity along these hills as well undead. On the traveling on the east side of the river will take a day and a half to get up to Hamlet, I think. If you cross and go up the road, you could get there by evening, I think.
Well, in that case, I'm okay with crossing and working our way up the road.
Sounds good.
Okay. Actually, let me rephrase that. You were here, you traveled
Welcome.
here.
Hey.
So you would have to, yeah, you're not going to make it. It is faster to cross and go north, but you're not going to get there this evening.
That's fine. So when are we going to tell Alexander about his cursed sword?
It's cursed.
Man, it's terrible.
Yeah, dude.
Oh darn.
It
Wait,
makes
is it actually?
it makes it so you can hit more often and you do more damage when you hit things.
Oh,
Which is
it's
terrible in the hands of a pacifist like you.
Oh yes, of course.
We're gonna let him use it.
The steel sword, yeah.
I have the piece of this that I can use. Well, actually, I can use all of it, but I figured we would decide this when we got into Hamlet. At the moment, he's probably the best person to use it.
That's what I was
Right?
thinking.
Okay. Yeah, that wandering guy that I told you about with the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
He identified the items for us. They're all +1 enchanted magical, and +1 for quality, and silvered steel.
Oh wow.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was just normal.
Normal magic.
Well, no, I thought it was normal steel. Because it wasn't tarnished, that's all I
Right?
could
Yeah.
tell. That's all
We kind of
Alexander
figured
could
that
tell.
much.
Yeah.
So it's +10% and +2 damage, and then their hit points are half again as much.
Okay.
+2.
This is +1 damage.
The AP value is.
Oh, that's right. I
having
forgot the AP also gets +2. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Okay, so you cross the river and then cross the bridge and make your way
North.
north along the road. You don't quite make it to Hamlet. There have been no encounters. The following
I take it the
day,
knights are gone, by the way,
At the
at the bridge.
at the bridge.
yeah, there are no guards there now.
Okay.
And there are no encounters on the way up to Hamlet. You've arrived.
Yay!
Wow, that took longer.
You'll get there before, actually. Yeah, you'll get there right around noon, I think.
As we're getting into town, you know, guys, the part that I really like about adventuring the least is all the damn walking. Like, we walk over here and then we walk over there. Like,
Good
Like
Keeps
New
us
exercise.
World.
nice and fit.
You need a horse.
No, because if we get horses, the horses keep dying.
yeah, that
We
sounds
kill
expensive.
donkeys. We don't kill horses.
What he needs is a flying carpet.
Oh yeah, that'll
Yeah,
do it.
those can't die.
They make
Those
those?
can't die. Yeah. Wait, can a flying carpet die? What if you like? Can it like
you can
burn?
disenchant. You can disenchant one.
Oh, okay.
Would it hold up versus dragon acid?
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's a no.
I mean, save your coppers and your silvers and your gold and maybe a few platinum,
Or just kill the howler and take his.
or just kill the howler and take his. That's a good idea. Get on that.
I can help you with that. We'll take them on together. You can throw a knife and I'll shoot my bow.
We tried that? I don't
Says
think
the
it
guy
got
with
us
the
anywhere.
magic sword.
Well, he's not gonna be close enough to swing the sword.
You could like insult him, and then he'll come down to try and kill you himself with his own hands.
I'm pretty sure he could kill me from any distance in which he could hear me.
Probably.
Okay, you're in Hamlet.
Yay, we're in Hamlet.
It's good to be home.
Who's the guy in charge of the tower now?
I think he was like Sir Lackey or something.
That's funny. Oh my goodness.
But he was only recruiting local guys for guards, right? He didn't bring anybody with him from Telgar. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, so he brought guys with him from Telgar.
Yes. So he and the West Gate Guard, that is his troop,
Oh, all of them. Okay.
are here. Yeah, there's like 15 of them.
So do they have war horses or any war horses?
No.
Oh, okay.
I like the way you think, Wes. You know, I don't want to buy a horse, but I will steal some horses.
No, I'm just trying to find something better for my horse to do rather than sit in a freaking stall while we're gone all the time. And if there was like a pen where other war horses were running around. So the first things I'm going to do after I get cleaned up is take him for a run.
Sure.
I'm sure I have some church business I need to take care of.
Okay.
So
So you guys settle into your routines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to go see what the druid's up to and if I can help him with anything.
Okay.
Go soup for the druid. I'm gonna go work.
Okay. Poor Runt. What's he gonna do?
What am I going to go do?
Yeah,
gonna
as
sit at the end.
little as possible.
He's gonna go find a house with a second story so he can do some second story work.
There's only 2 of those in town, right?
Yep, I think so.
I mean, there's the keep.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
don't want
true.
to steal things from there.
In the church, in the inn,
Yeah, don't steal things from the church.
and maybe the
The mayor's
mayor's house.
Yep.
The
There's some
inn's 2
barns.
stories.
There are some barns. Barns have a loft. All right. Okay. Well, settle in, relax, get cleaned up, do your thing. So
Can we roll off check marks?
if you want to spend a week or so.
What are we doing with this chick?
Oh, right. So Tindo.
Mhm.
Actually, let me step back a little bit. What are you doing with her? So you come into town. She's like looking around. Her. By the way, her eyes are
Purple?
no. I was going to say wide, as in she's looking around with considerable curiosity.
Wow,
A town.
I bet that if she thinks Hamlet's huge, just wait till I take her to Telgar.
Well, or maybe she's been here and it's different than she remembers.
Maybe, but she only speaks Norse, right?
Right.
Real quick,
Mhm.
so I got my family house here, right? So remind me, the language of this zone is, we'll say, common or whatever we speak, right?
It's English.
English. And the language, what are the what are they called?
Everybody speaks English, provided you say it slowly enough
And loudly.
and enunciate.
The Bloodstones, right? That's the invading army and whatnot. What do they speak?
That's the ruling family. Thank you.
So they're the originators of English, and
Yes.
the locals here would have, after years of oppression, picked up English, but initially they had spoken
Indoctrination.
they had spoken Norse as well, right?
So, but yes,
Okay. So would someone in my family speak Norse?
absolutely.
So my mom would speak Norse,
Yes.
and people in this village would speak Norse, but for whatever reason I was raised wrong in Telgar, so I don't speak it.
That
was your choice.
That was your choice. And I would also point out that aren't you mixed?
I am.
Okay. So yeah, and I don't remember which is which. Is your
My
father
mom,
who's
my
imperial?
mom's local. So
Okay.
she's from Hamlet, and
Right. So
dad's
yeah. So and you asked the question, why do we speak English? I think we just answered it.
Yep. Because
Okay.
this is dad's fault.
Yeah. He speaks English. So your mom speaks English unless she's like really angry, and then she'll laugh.
Okay.
So you know how it goes, right? That's how it goes.
So my ancestors are fully like the people that lived here, like Nordic.
Okay.
So could I make the adjustment or argument to my character
No.
that I would have learned Nordic?
You could make that argument, but I'm not going to buy it. I think
Okay.
the decision at the time was that your parents decided to teach you English so that you could acclimate into the imperial culture, which is
Okay.
dominant.
That's fair.
So going back to Tindo, yes, your mom knows Norse.
Okay, so then I'd be tempted to take him to the family house here, but I'm curious who would be here at this time, because we're not here all the time.
We
So
can
we have
randomize whether they are home or not.
ah
It's Tar.
So
It's the
that's
sixth week of Tar, which is the 7th month.
yeah.
So-
So we're approaching winter. So I'm pretty sure fair sailing weather is not now.
Okay, so if my family is here, then I'll take them to my family to see what they would like to do with her.
Oh,
they
I'm
would like to,
wrong.
if they like to, hey, I got a kid for you. You can adopt. Otherwise, I don't want to throw her in the orphanage, but I mean, we could put her through the church, but I'll start with my family.
Church could always use more nuns.
Keeps him away from Wes.
Or does it?
Or does it? Yeah, that is true.
I was
Oh.
wrong. It is week 1 of Lotar, the 8th month, which is winter.
Okay, so yes, we're definitely into winter here. Okay, that being the case, are you discussing this with anyone, or are you just taking her off to see mom?
I'll just let them know. I'm not asking. I'll just let them
Okay,
know, and then I'll
all
walk.
right. Okay,
They all want to do their thing, you know. Wes wants to play with his horse. Raymond wants
right,
to read some more books and kind of, exercise his mind.
okay, all
You
right,
know,
right,
Alvis is
right,
playing with his shield, letting Alexander hit it with his sword. You know, they're all practicing things. You know,
okay,
Runt's doing Runt things, which is like looking for the next thing that might kill him and hiding in the glass in the tavern. It's all planned
okay.
out.
Yeah.
It's all good. All right. So, yeah, you take her to see mom, and let me see how. Okay. So, all right. So you explain that. What are you telling mom?
What are you telling Mom?
You come home with this strange woman. What are you telling her?
We found this. Wait, that's right. She's not a little girl. She's a little girl in mind, but she's an adult in body, right?
That's right. She
Oh,
thinks she's 12.
yeah. So it makes no difference to take her to my mom. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'll take her to the church and explain it to father there what's going on, and that she probably needs to be in the church with supervision to give her time to acclimate until she could be on her own. So, in the meantime, she's a follower of Dineket or is familiar with Dineket. Uh, she could probably benefit from the church and having people to talk with, and at the same time, give her time to acclimate to a different life.
And learn English.
Don't need it. Optional. Look, the South can survive. It's possible.
Okay. So you take her to the church,
Mhm.
and you seek out the cleric, and so you explain to the cleric that you found her, what you think her state of mind is. Okay. So, um, she is particularly anxious here. Um,
Can the cleric, or if we have like I don't know, a mother of the nuns or whatever we have. And is there any other followers of Dineket? I know that this temple isn't necessarily devoted to that, but like in the same way that I'm here, my
yes, Dankek has few followers in the immediate area. And the shrine is in a small alcove off to the side somewhere.
So
It,
yeah,
it's
I would have the father and then either the main person as a Dineket the leading cleric, that would be Donkek here in this sect.
You
Or
are the leading
I'm
cleric.
the
Of
leading. Oh, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought you and Raymond were the leading clerics of the area at this point.
Oh, we're in
No.
trouble.
An actual priest has come from Telgar to
Richard-
oversee the.
Richard Burton.
So he is a bishop, and he's the one who installed the new cleric here. I forget his name. I've got it written down somewhere, but I'm not going to chase it right now. So yes, Richard Burton came, installed the new guy, gave his blessings, and left.
Okay, so does he speak Norse or?
Yes,
Okay,
he does,
so
and he will talk to her, and
and
then what?
I was gonna say I'll be there the whole time, of course, to be something familiar to try to help her stay calm. But go ahead.
Okay, so he will have you don't speak Norse, do you?
No, it seems
Okay,
that somehow my backstory left that part out. I guess my dad was so adamant, you have to leave the old ways, that I accepted that
that
fully.
that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Um, all right, so yes, the priest will have a lengthy conversation with her, and then he'll, as you say, call in some nuns to take her and get her cleaned up and get her some proper clothing. And she is very reluctant to leave you.
Well, we probably weren't going to go anywhere for a week, right?
I'm sorry, what?
So we probably weren't going to go anywhere for a week. Like as we were coming into town, and Raymond was kind of like, I'd like to do some check marks in role playing though.
Okay.
I was taking that we're going to be here for a while, so it would be perfectly. I would just stay with her during that time to get her acclimated.
So let me go back to what I was trying to get to. The priest wants to talk to you. The child does not want to leave you. He is asking you to talk her into going with the nuns and to get her cleaned up and that everything will be just fine. So that's what he's trying to convey to you.
If he wants to talk to me, we can just leave her here because she can't understand anything in English anyway. So say what you need to say.
Oh, that's true. I suppose that's true. All right. No, that's fine. Okay. So, he will tell you that there is definitely a disconnect between her mental age and her physical age. And there's some kind of nefarious magic involved that he wants to investigate. But to do so is going to require some rituals that she will need to participate in terms of just being there. But he's concerned that what she's been through might make that difficult. So
Yeah.
he is inquiring upon you, being her presumed guardian at the moment, to assist her through that.
Yeah, we definitely.
Okay.
I can help with all of that. I mean,
All right.
I'll stay with her for this week and stuff, and she can, spend
Okay.
time with me and acclimating.
Okay. I don't want to just skip ahead through this, right?
Oh, gotcha.
So he is going to tell you that it'll take a little bit of effort on his part to get prepared to do what he needs to do. So this evening, he will have those preparations done and to return with her at that time. So go get her cleaned up, get her fed, and do what you can to assure her that no harm will come to her here. She's safe. Okay. And so this evening, you're welcome to stay here, but come to the main altar here where we will perform the rituals in question. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So, are you going to take her back to your house to get her washed up, or are you going to do all of that here?
My house is so much better than this place. Yeah, I take her back to the house, give her some good clothes and stuff like that, because she's not a nun yet, so no need to wear the sackcloth.
Okay. So, when you get to your house, what are your parents are there, your mom's going to ask, "Who's this?" inquiringly.
Oh, and I'll just say flippantly, because they know how I am. Oh, just some girl I found out in the swamp.
Okay.
And then
Well,
I'll just keep going and into the washroom with her.
yeah, that's of course that's not going to fly. You She's going to demand explanations.
You know how it is, Mom. You go out, you find a bird fell out of a tree, things happen, next thing you know, you got a pet bird. Well, I just happened to find this poor girl that was being held by a witch who had control of a black dragon and, things like that.
Okay,
And,
all this stuff comes spilling out.
yep.
Okay, so your mom's gonna. Why isn't she speaking for herself?
Oh, please try to speak for her. And I'll watch as my mom says, like hello dear or whatever. And I'm like, no,
Right.
no, 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 no. Do the other language, Mom. The Hamlet one.
Okay. All right. So she'll look at her curiously, and then she'll start speaking to her. And once she starts speaking to her, oh, by the way, at first she's really anxious being near your mom. Right.
Yeah, I'll make sure to
Okay.
shield her, protect her. If she
Okay.
wants to hold my hand, we can, whatever.
All right.
Oh,
So,
they're holding hands.
oh, but yes, mom will talk to her, and it won't take very long, having rolled so well, that your mom has her talking and kind of coming out of her shell a bit. So she will dismiss you, and she will take care of her for the moment.
Perfect. My work here is done.
Okay. So you're gonna leave?
No,
Oh,
I'm gonna wait, and if she needs
okay.
help
So you just
getting
hang
cleaned up,
out. All right. Okay.
getting clothes for her and all that,
Okay.
showing her the room, like, oh, isn't this a cool room? So much better than sleeping in that cave.
Okay.
You can share sweaters and shoes.
Okay. So at some point,
The twin sister you never had.
when she
Exactly.
has the girl distracted with food or something, she will take you aside and tell you the following.
Hmm.
There's something wrong with her.
So to get
Uh,
It's
clarity,
called Down syndrome, okay? It's not wrong.
she says
Mom. Oh, go
she
ahead.
says she's from a place called Kos. I have no idea where that is.
I do.
No, you don't.
I don't? I thought I did.
How? Oh, maybe you do. That's possible. Yes. Okay. Anyway, so
Sorry.
she says Kos. I have no idea that they were fleeing from some war. Um, and she'll go into some detail about her experiences, um, and that she was the boat that they were on was captured by goblin raiders, and she doesn't know what town they were brought into, but obviously slave pens, and was in time sold to the witch. That's how she made her way into the swamps.
So, would that be Minoc then?
Possibly.
I mean, do we do trade with all the places?
No.
Minoc is one of those places that we don't.
Well, there's Minoc. Further down is Auclis. But those are places that the southern colony does not trade with. In fact, going that direction often leads to conflict with raiders.
Okay.
Now, there is backwater. There is trade that goes on with backwater, and to the east on the northern side is Kars. So there is some trade with Kars that does get through, but those that do get through are heavily guarded.
Sounds good. Okay. So yeah, I'll tell my mom then that the cleric from the temple wants to do a ceremony tonight because he is wanted to see if there's might be other things or issues related to the girl, from being in the company of that witch for so long. Maybe you could come tonight if you've already made a bond with her to help.
I will certainly do that, yes.
Perfect. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. All right. Are you going to share anything that's going on here with anyone else in the party?
Just the party? You mean like go back and let them know?
I'm just asking. I don't know.
I'll go look for Runt because he's the portal owner and this group.
Okay.
I know where to find him too. He's gonna be in the bar.
There's only one.
Yep. He's either gonna be at the bar or he's gonna be skulking somewhere, trying to do something nefarious or see what somebody's doing or hiding from someone. But I'm gonna start at the bar.
Okay.
I am at the bar, already drunk, talking to people about the story of sifting through the acid muck and how I decided to strip down naked so that nothing, and like laughing about it. Like this was fucking stupid. Why did I do this? And then the dragon showed up and I went running through the swamp buck ass naked.
Yeah, so
you can show them your melted feet as proof.
I can tell him anything now and he won't remember it. So this is the best. I mean, the only issue would be no. I'll tell Runt then, about the girl and what we're gonna do tonight. And then if I find the others later, then I'll tell them as I find them or see them.
Okay. It's likely. Well, Wes is out riding, and the other two are off doing sword stuff.
I assume I'm around the church somewhere.
You probably are, yes. So you'll run into him at that point. Okay. So from the inn, then, where are you going to go, Tindo? After having shared with Runt things that he won't remember or share with others.
That's so true. Where's Alexander and Alvis?
Okay, good question. Where are Alexander and Alvis?
Alexander is with the druid.
Okay. And Alvis?
I'm out and about doing work, for my job.
All right. So when you look around for them, Tindo, you will not see them.
Oh well. Then I guess all signs point that they didn't need to know. Then I'll go back to the house and spend the rest of the day
All right, and then
Just
in the
calming the girl
evening.
down. Yep.
All right. So at some point toward evening, Alexander and Albus, are you going to make your way to the inn?
After my day with the druid, yeah. I'll go to the end to meet up with everybody.
Okay. Albus?
Sure, why not?
Okay. So, and Wes, I presume you're going to hang out at the inn as well.
Yes,
Okay. So at some point, the four of you will be together at the inn. Now, the question is, does Runt remember anything that Tindo told him?
Constitution saving throw.
Of course, Runt remembers everything in explicit detail that was conveyed to him.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm,
I think this involves a con roll. Yeah. Go ahead and make a con roll. How drunk were you at that point? Say midday.
Quite.
Okay. So go ahead and roll. Yeah, that's
I got
probably not good enough. I don't even need to know what your con is.
my con is 18.
Oh, well. Yeah, times 2 isn't going to be good enough.
Times 2 is not good enough, no.
All right. So you will recall that Tindo came by and talked to you, but you do not recall the details of the conversation, other than you showed him your melted feet a couple of times. Showed her your melted feet a couple of times.
I will point out to everyone else at the bar that these were the people that, like, convinced me that it was a good idea to go wading through the dragon acid muck. They dared me to do it, so I had to. And oh yeah, Tind was around. That's all I got. So
Did she say anything about the girl?
what girl?
Chloe.
The what?
Chloe,
Who's Chloe?
the witch's slave.
You can
Oh
take
God, come on,
another.
you guys, just
You can take another con roll. I'll give you another times 2 roll.
you can't just drop the witch like that. I was getting to there in the story. Nope.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So Run recalls that Tindo came by, but no specifics of the conversation. Okay.
And then go back to the my drinking buddies and start talking to them about the witch.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's go to the temple. So at the temple, I'm sure Tindo and Raymond will connect up at some point there. Are you going to share with Raymond that the priest wants to visit with Chloe that evening?
Oh yeah, because I think that Raymond can learn a lot of curse words tonight in Norse. So this will be
Mine,
really good experience for him.
you know I speak Norse, right?
I know, but I figured being in the church, you probably don't hear a lot of Norse curse words.
Just as one of my pastors once said, I wasn't always a Christian. So,
Okay.
so yeah.
Wouldn't you be a mathematician though?
I guess I would.
All right. So evening will come. Tindo, your mom will bring Chloe up to the church. She actually looks quite a bit better, having been cleaned up from the road and the swamp and all that. But she's pretty anxious about being in the church. Although your mom has the bright idea of taking Chloe to the little shrine of Diankect and explaining to her that this is also a house of Diankect, which will alleviate her concerns considerably.
There you go.
Your mom
Mom's a
rolled
smart
well.
one.
She rolled well. Okay. And having succeeded at that will make the whole ritual thing much easier. Okay. So let me see what the priest will learn. Okay. So the priest will spend a good hour in ritual with Chloe, at the end of which he'll tell you that Chloe has been the subject of some very dark magics. It seems that the witch siphoned off her life's essence over time, stealing her youth. And Chloe reports that some that the witch would cast it's not quite the right word, would she'll describe it as being in prayers with the witch, but the priest will point out that it had always been in a particular place where a crystal was. I suspect that this is something of considerable evil, and will ask if you know anything of it.
Okay, so repeat. In the presence of a crystal that was the source of a lot of evil, is that correct? So where's the star crystal now? Does Runt have that?
No,
Who has it?
I believe Wes does.
Oh no, Wes
Yeah,
is
I
gonna
don't think I had any of the treasure stuff.
Wes is gonna turn to the dark side. Yep, I'll let the cleric know that there was a crystal. I'll describe the crystal, and then that it's all right. Wes has it.
It's all right. So when you describe it to him, he will then repeat that back to Chloe, and she will nod in agreement that during these rituals with the witch, that it was always in the presence of that crystal, that was their weekly sessions, so to speak.
You mean so like Wes could be siphoning right now the life force off of his horse and all of those soldiers inadvertently to be immortal.
Wow.
Cool.
Wes is the true vampire lord.
Did you use air quotes around inadvertently? Just checking.
Wes is the great evil behind all of this whole time we never knew.
Okay. The priest is going to inquire as to what you would like to see done with Chloe. And your mom will say, she's going to come home with me.
Is there anything that we need to do is she cursed? Does she have any?
No.
Okay.
No.
So she's fine? In a sense.
Physically, in a sense, she's fine. Her years have been stolen from her.
Perfect. I will tell Mom, all those years you didn't give me a sister, now I have one.
Okay. Well, dear, you're in no position to take care of her. And she looks at the priest and says, with all due respect, this probably isn't the best environment for her. And the priest is about to object, but your mom stands with some authority and departs with Chloe. And the priest thinks better about challenging your mom.
Now the priest gets to see what it was like growing up in my household.
Okay. So I'm assuming Raymond was there also for all of this. I didn't mean to. Is there anything that Raymond would like to offer in any of this?
No, I don't get involved in other families' politics.
Okay.
So,
all right.
She's somewhere safe. I'll say goodbyes, and
okay.
we'll go from there.
All right. Okay. So Chloe and your mom take off to go home. So the two of you are, hanging out at the church.
So Wes has his crystal. He's going to turn evil, and we've got to save Hamlet from him. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds like you need to go get Alexander to go kill Wes.
Wes,
Yeah,
Wes
dude, we
isn't
got
going to turn evil.
we got
He's going to turn
Alexander,
young.
Alvis, and Runt all in the same room as Wes. You just got to tell us.
So
Okay.
I guess the first question is, where's Wes?
Yeah, we should go find him.
Probably
We
at
should
the
go
inn.
find him. Probably.
Yeah, he's at the inn with us. It's great.
I don't see the problem.
Okay. It was awesome. You go to the inn. There they are at a table, probably near the fireplace, drinking.
All righty then.
So
Runt is like on a table, pretending to be the ogre, swinging his club around in the witch's den.
what is
I'll
Wes
have my
doing at
bow
this
out.
point?
I'll be dry firing at Runt. I'm
That's not
shooting
good for your
arrows at
bow.
it. I know.
So
Reenacting the whole scene or just the ogre part?
Oh, I mean, at this point in the evening, I got to this part in the story.
Oh.
So hey Wes, how you feeling?
Fine. Why do you ask? How's Chloe doing?
Well, a couple exorcisms and things like that. We have a bit of information, The
Oh, hey, Wes. Tin came looking for you about Chloe.
so
Well,
yeah,
really?
no.
What did she have to say?
Tin, what did you have to say?
The star crystal was a device used by the witch to siphon off life from Chloe.
Ooh, really?
I really
Ooh.
don't think you said that earlier. I think I would have remembered that. That's kind of a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal.
Does anybody have an idea what to do with it?
I don't know, we could have sold it to Luther.
Throw it in Mordor.
What are we doing with all the other cursed items? Give it to the druid. I think he has like a big
Actually, yeah, we
pile.
could take it to the druid to
Guys,
go see what to
come
do with it.
on.
So wait.
They don't give us any money for these things.
You
So-
want money for a cursed evil object?
Yeah, we could sell it to someone.
Let's sell it to the Howler.
I love it. Find someone really nice who isn't going to use it for evil for lots of money.
That's right.
We
If-
don't have to tell them it's evil.
If the crystal
We
has
don't
been
have any other
siph-
purpose for it.
if the crystal has been siphoning life force, is it possible to give some of that back to Chloe?
Good question.
Or has it already been used?
I don't know. That's the question.
Wow.
You know, if the life force is hers and we can get it out and return it to her, we kind of have an obligation to do that.
Aww.
Wait, we do? Did you make her a promise?
Yes.
You're
As
too drunk to remember.
heroes! And I'll slam the table and put my hand in the air. That's why we're obligated.
I hope everyone in the tavern just stares at you in silence.
Like, look
I would
at
take it, honestly.
everyone else in the tavern. Are we good guys?
Of course.
Yes.
So
I'm a good guy.
the tavern is occupied by other villagers. It's not
Yeah.
like you're in this,
Private sanctum or whatever.
right.
Yeah.
I'll just have to say though, all these people know these people here, and they probably
Yeah.
don't think anything's out of the ordinary. It's just runt being runt, Alexander being Alexander. Who's this?
I'll run up to my room, get the star crystal, and bring it down.
Okay.
And then what?
Toss it to Tindo.
What? Why do I want this cursed item?
No, you're the one talking about it. What can do with it?
We've been giving all these to the druid, so that's my inclination. He seems to know the most.
No.
Give it to Cleo. Maybe she can drink from it and gain her youth.
Next thing you're gonna tell me we need to break it or something. This is awful.
Yeah, shatter it and let all the life force go back.
Ooh, yeah, it might explode.
Well, first, do I think the druid or the cleric is stronger? I think the cleric or the druid's stronger.
Yeah, I think the druid's stronger too. I'll take it to him.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go visit the druid.
Awesome.
Okay. Who's gonna go?
I
I'll
think
take
all
Tindo
of
and
us.
whoever else wants to go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we all pack up.
No, Runt is too saddened and is no longer telling stories and
Oh.
will stare sullenly in his cups as yet another invaluable treasure is just handed off for free to the druid.
I'll help Runt get over his depression.
Okay. So you stay with him. All right. That's awesome. Okay. Everyone else goes and visits the druid. Okay. The druid is certainly there. Right. So, what's all this? It's good to see you all.
We have a possibly cursed evil object here that a very evil witch used to siphon life essence from a poor girl. And then I'll ask Tindo to bring it forth.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead and put it right there. He points at the ground. Once you deposit it on the ground, he'll cast a spell, and I'm not seeing any evil. It's got a lot of power, but I don't see any evil.
No
Really?
evil?
Does it store
In
power?
fact, there's a lot of power in there,
Like how much?
more than you.
What? I would be surprised at that. Wow. That's a lot of power.
Holy cow. Is it just like a
Might
storage device then?
Well, I'd have to do a little more effort. It appears to be a focus of some kind.
So what you're saying is Raymond might be very interested in this.
A focusing crystal?
He's always wanting power.
That's
It's the first
right.
sign of
He is
lichdom.
stuck at 10. He does need it.
I can sense the lichdom ways coming.
The lichdom?
So, a focusing device that has power in it now.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the power that's in it now was siphoned involuntarily
From the girl.
from Chloe, who you haven't met yet, of course. Do we have a way that we could return that to her?
The druid will ask, how do... I'm sorry, I seem to have missed part of this. Did you tell him where the crystal came from and its relationship to Chloe and the witch?
Not
Oh
yet.
yeah.
I'd
Well,
say I haven't.
Okay,
I haven't said the exact thing, but I said we did get it from a witch
right.
who
So,
had been using it to do nefarious deeds, is something along the lines I had said.
okay, so then he'll ask, um, this isn't mana that we're talking about as he's pointing at the crystals.
It's not.
This is power. There's a difference.
Like it's alive?
I don't sense any intelligence in it, but it is storing power, life essence, life energy.
I was going to say something rude, but wait, are we talking about the crystal or Alexander?
Yeah.
But that was
Wow, I'll just try Tinto! Ouch.
I blame Raymond.
It's growing on all of you. Come on, Raymond.
All right. And you're saying that this was stolen from someone.
Yes. Well, that's what we're told.
Okay.
We believe it to be siphoned from a girl.
Okay. He is gonna cast some spells. Okay. So after some effort on his part, he'll say that, in fact, the crystal has been used to draw life from someone. It's also been used to consume that life. You might think of this as a tap spell, one that was cast through the crystal to then store that energy for later use. So
the question then remains, do we have it within our abilities collectively to return that power, that life force, to the person from whom it was stolen?
I believe the process can be reversed through a ritual. Yes.
Can you do the ritual?
Yes. It's possible that the crystal will be damaged in the process. It doesn't appear to be part of its intended purpose. Although, I should say, if the individual who was the subject of this knew how to draw the energy out, they could retrieve it themselves.
How difficult would it be to teach someone how to do that?
Depends on the individual.
Could we bring the girl to you
Of course.
and be analyzed? Simply put.
Yes, of course. Bring her.
Okay. Do you guys want to bring her here? I'll turn to the rest of them.
Tindo, go get her.
I will go back to the house to go get her.
Okay. So your mom wants to know what's up.
Bring mom too.
Oh, tell mom you're eloping.
Well, actually, could his mom be a follower of the druid's flock?
Oh, yeah.
And if she is,
Is
she would
she?
be very fine with coming with the druid.
I think the answer is no.
Oh, really? Oh, come on. Look. Look it up in the book. It's got to be there somewhere.
I already rolled for that. They're not.
Okay.
Okay.
Although
Up to you,
secretly
Tindo.
she might be, but the father rules the house. So.
Oh, that's right. Blame your dad for everything.
Exactly.
And mom will always come.
I
She's
would,
got a new daughter.
Right.
but my dad's dead.
Okay. So yes, if you're gonna take her to see the druid, your mom will certainly come along. What's this all about?
Well, our findings were that the crystal had siphoned part of the essence from Chloe, and we might be able to restore it. I figured you could come and help keep her calm. I know that she's gone through a lot already.
Okay.
And she's going to react when she sees the crystal. So.
Don't show her the
Okay.
crystal.
At least yet.
It's going to be hard to teach her how to pull the essence out of the crystal without showing it to her.
I don't know. You can always practice on a normal rock.
Druid has to see if she's even capable. If she's
But
not, then the druid will have to do it himself.
you know what? That part's not my problem.
Okay. So Tyndall, Chloe, and her mom show up, and Chloe is happy to see all of you. She doesn't know the druid,
But he's a kindly old man. He's a grandpa
and he's got a giant bear.
who is sitting in the corner quietly snoring.
That's true. Although she sees the bear and she wants to go over and play with it.
Oh.
And does anyone gonna like try to stop her?
I'm gonna look at the druid.
Yeah, I'll just a druid. Can she pet the bear?
Yeah, he'll hold up his hand. Just nobody let her go. Okay. So yeah, I mean, of course the bear's gonna wake up and kind of look at her and let her scratch behind his ears and everything. So she's kind of distracted with the bear at the moment, much like you would expect a young person not particularly aware of how dangerous it is to play with a bear. But big furry thing.
Oh, can the druid check
So,
her out while she's doing that?
of course, that's exactly what's going on. He does have the crystal covered.
What's it got? It's nasty little pockets.
Yes, exactly. All right. So the druid will cast some spells on Chloe, or at her anyway. All right. Yeah. She is aged unnaturally. It occurs to him that it might be as simple as just letting her take hold of the crystal. He thinks about that for a bit. So he proposes that it may not be all that complicated. If it is her energy, it will know her.
Oh.
It might be as simple as just giving her the crystal. I shouldn't say simple, but in essence.
Similarly to how we gave the dragon his eye back.
He kind of thinks about that a bit. Not quite the same, I think. But sure.
Okay.
So he kind of looks at the group and he'll look at Tindo and say, why don't you give it to her? Now, you don't want to be in contact with it whilst it is in contact with her. Because I suspect that if I'm right, it will simply pass to her. But if you're holding it while that happens, it might draw from you as well. Do you understand?
I do. Perfect. Take the
Okay.
crystal as he tosses it to me so we don't touch it at the same time.
Good thing I did that initially, huh?
Yeah. And then I'll go up to Chloe and have my mom speak to her, reassuring her and whatnot, since I can't speak Norse, and I'll put it on the ground in front of her and just kind of move slightly back away from it.
Okay. And what are you asking your mom to tell her?
Well, because I can't tell her,
Right.
take the crystal, dear,
Oh, okay. All right.
this will help restore what the witch took away from you. and
Okay.
say things along that line.
All right. So, like I said, she's been kind of distracted by the bear, and so you come up to her. She's not really paying attention to you. You put the crystal on the ground, and you have your mom tell her to go ahead and pick up the crystal. So she's a bit distracted. She kind of looks at your mom and then looks at the ground, and she freaks out.
Oh yeah.
Hang on.
So at this point,
Does she run?
Well, she backs up into the bear, and kind of tries to bury herself in the bear. And
At
at
this-
that, go ahead.
oh no, that's good. Go ahead. I mean, I was going to cast calm emotions.
Now I've got sleep 5 on the end.
Well, we don't need sleep. Like boom, knock her out. It's just I want her to calm. Is what it is. So it's like a spell sedative.
So as you start, are you going to cast calm?
I was, but
So as you start into your spell, the druid will hold up his hand and
stop me.
yeah, kind of wave
Okay.
you off.
I'll stop.
And you see that he's looking at the bear, and the bear they seem to be talking, and the bear will kind of gruff at Chloe.
Pick it up, stupid girl.
Yeah,
He's a druid.
basically that seems to be what the bear is trying to tell her. Now the question is, does she get it? Okay. Yeah, so after a moment, she kind of looks at the bear and looks at the crystal, and she's like really afraid of it.
As she should be.
Okay. It seems as though the bear is kind of talking to her, and she will eventually reach down and pick up the crystal. And when she does, you can see a swirling of light inside that flows into her hand.
Do we notice a change? Does she get younger? Does she...
Yes, in fact, she does before you recognize.
Sweet! I got a younger sister.
You won't be able to share her shoes anymore.
That's fine. You know,
Yeah.
just wait till she goes to Telgar. Wait, but she came from a city, so she was probably looking down on our city of Hamlet. If she came from a city, like, oh wow, yeah, this is where you come from. Like, no, I'm from Telgar.
So yeah, she is considerably younger than she was moments ago. This process is, of course, quite stressful, and she will go unconscious. But yeah, she's goes to like, I don't know, 16, 17 years old, roughly. Not quite where she is mentally, but considerably better.
So, looking at the druids, so you want to add this to your collection?
Of course, certainly. There's nothing wrong with it.
Wait, I was
What?
going to say, why it's not evil.
What purpose would we have?
Yeah, how could we use this?
The life
Capture
that's
bad guys and siphon power into Raymond. What are we talking about? We're just gonna turn Raymond into a powerhouse. Just start pumping power into him so he can get all sorts of spell lists. Just capture one bad guy every time we have a fight and steal his power.
Yeah, that would be good.
We just need to know. We just need to learn how to cast the spell the witch is casting.
What
At this point, Runt's head's about to explode. By the way, so
I
We
mean,
need a warlock.
I mean, Rent's not there, so.
Yeah,
don't worry
Fred's
about
really
it.
not there.
I mean, I guess we can keep the crystal. I just don't know what other purpose does this have? Can you tell us that at least?
Well, clearly it was used to keep her alive. The
To
witch,
keep
I mean.
the witch alive, right? But how did it keep her alive if the essence was still in the crystal?
Well, how many years do you need?
You just take a few every couple. That's why I'm thinking that's why Chloe's not the age she actually is. It's because some of those were already eaten by the
So
witch.
there
Yeah,
are other sources in this crystal still, right? Because I think it was earlier it was said that there's more power here than what necessarily came from Chloe, right?
I don't think that was what was said.
Gotcha.
There's more power than me.
The question was asked, how much power is in the crystal relative to some arbitrary number, and the druid said that there's more in it than some random person in the party.
Okay, so that the only then purpose this thing has is depleting or taking life essence from people. Okay.
That we know of.
Well, yeah, we could do experiments like, hey, Run, hold this.
I
mean,
could take it
out
to
of
university. You
character,
could have it examined.
out of character, Runt would just freely give it, expecting he's not going to live to an old age anyways.
Yeah.
So I would ask the druid if there's any power still left in it after Chloe has
No,
siphoned. There is none? Okay. Good. Whoa! She got more power than me as a kid? Oh, dang. Unlucky.
He can speak to bears.
No, not him. She does. She has more power than me.
She can talk to,
Uh-huh.
she can talk to bears.
She can talk to bears. She's already a druid.
Well, I don't know if that's what happened, but
I think a lot of assumptions are being made.
Oh yeah, plenty.
When in the lack of evidence, assumptions are all we have, and that's really all we need because, well, I am from the church.
There you go. Yeah, so the druid will say that the crystal has been used for evil purposes. It does not appear as though the crystal is in and of itself evil.
yeah, we can find what we can use this for.
This is true.
We should find a use for this. It could be something really.
Mhm.
Could. And if not, then Runt gets a cool star crystal he can hold on to and not feel bad about having to give away all our magic.
He can go sell it to the alchemist.
Yeah, we can make him feel better. Yeah, I wonder what she would do with that.
We could trade it back for the book.
But would
You know-
we want that book though?
The
Crystals
Elvish
don't
book?
kill people. People with
No one
crystals.
can even speak it or read it.
So? At least not yet.
Yeah, but the crystal we know has uses.
Can you use it?
Not yet. The druid figured it out, and I'm learning from the druid, so who knows?
Well, I'll thank the druid, and Wes is with us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'll toss the crystal to Wes. Don't want him sucking in my life energy accidentally. And
Hot potato, I toss it to Raymond.
I let it fall and then pick it up.
and then I'll go back with my mom and Chloe.
Okay.
Like I said, I could take this. We could take this to Telgar. I could take it to the university, and they could actually examine it.
I have no complaints about that.
I'd like to know its capabilities.
Sounds like another option where we never get it back again.
Well, the last thing I took to the university, I got duplicates that we could actually read. I'll use. So the
They're
ancient
saying if we
Lizarim
give it to
language.
the university,
I didn't say
the
give it.
university will give it us 2 in return.
I don't know if they have anything like this.
They
Wonder
could
if,
have some kind of power storage
yeah, like
systems.
a nice ring that would fit on a poor cleric of knowledge finger would be really good. Something to store some power. Like a wand, but on your finger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, return to the inn?
I think so.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. Let's go.
Okay.
What we do with Chloe? Oh no, Chloe already went
Yeah,
back
Chloe
with
went
the
home, yeah,
with the
with the
mom. I
mom.
forgot. And Tindo.
Okay. All right. So, any other specific things that you want to do the next day?
The next day. I don't think so.
Okay. So I'm not hearing anything.
I don't have anything specific.
So we've got check marks that can be done.
Yes.
Can I roll those in the Discord chat?
Oh, you're not in the.
Well, I did. I opened up the Albert Rodeo thing, but I'm not sure. All I see is a box. I don't see like a.
There's a link in the Discord.
I joined that link.
Oh,
Clicked on
okay.
it and I joined the part. Like it says I'm in here. Alexander's in here.
Top left, there is like a little box, and if you hover over it, it says "Show Dice Tray," and when you click on it, you get D20s,
A dice
D12s,
tray.
10s. Yeah.
Okay, so just on the dice tray.
Mm-hmm. And click percentile. Let's start
Oh,
throwing
I see
percentiles.
now.
And make it so that others can see.
At the very bottom of that drop-down menu is share dice.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I currently have a check mark against power.
Wow.
When did he get that?
Rub it into Raymond's face.
I remember him getting it, but I forget why.
Yeah, same. I remember
same.
getting it as well. I just don't remember how he got it.
Does that roll the same as other?
In a matter of speaking, yes. So let's do this all together so we don't have to piecemeal it out. Okay. Who all has power check marks to do?
Wes does.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, that'll be a no. All right, so run. The way we do this is you take the maximum for your race, in this case it's 21. You subtract your current power from 21.
Okay.
You multiply that number by 5. You then have to roll under that to increase your power.
So it sounds to me like I need to roll under 30.
Dang.
So close, and yet so far away.
Yep.
That's okay. My understanding was that power also makes it harder to be sneaky. So
It
I was
does,
like,
yes.
I need to roll it, but I don't really want
Don't
it.
necessarily want it. Yep. No, I get it.
What month is this right now in game?
Just a second, I'll tell you.
You're going into winter, which is
the 8th
more
month.
Oh wait,
So it's Lotar.
Lotar.
these. Sorry, for these rolls, I want to roll higher, not under, right?
Correct. You want to fail skill
Except for the
checks.
power roll. The power roll is different.
Right.
Correct.
So we take 3, right? Or we can take 3.
Correct.
It's 3 or a d6, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so another question. So I've been researching for a while. I don't think it's been enough time. When is the time that I would get to roll against a power check from the research I'm doing?
I'd have to look it
Current
up.
power times 10 days. So if you had a
Current-
15 power, it'd be 150 days.
I got 13 power, so 130 days would be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And
From the point you started.
which this period would have been July 10th, but it looks like 6th month, 8th day. So got a long ways to go. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you can put those things on the calendar so that, we know when it is.
I've got them in my notes on my, what's it called?
Yeah, I had it on my
Player
character
notes
sheet.
or something.
I had when I started, but I didn't have how long it'd take. But now I have that now.
Okay.
Alexander would like to start training with the druid again.
Okay.
Would the druid be able to find time to train spell defense with me?
Probably.
Okay.
And I'm going to assume that you were joking about using the crystal to power Raymond, right?
Oh yeah, of course that was a joke.
Okay.
Well, Raymond wasn't taking it seriously anyway.
Even if Alexander thought he could use a crystal like that to siphon power from bad guys, I don't know if he'd be able to do it or even know how. He doesn't even know how to do that, so it's not even a thought. That was definitely a joke.
Can you crit skill checks? I rolled a 98. Or check marks. Can you crit check marks?
Oh, do we have anything on that, Brian? Do you
I
recall?
don't.
I've never heard anything like that actually.
An interesting question. I learned extra well. That's a fair question.
Who knew that Runt was a drunken master?
Who's surprised by Runt being a drunken master?
And then retelling my stories to people, I was like, oh shit, I stabbed that guy real good.
I'm inclined to say yes. The fumble, of course, has to fall within the range for a fumble for the percent that you're rolling against. Does that make sense?
Okay.
In other words,
So my skill is 22. My total score is 55. I rolled a 98.
I'm really confused. I've heard three numbers. The
Yes.
first number was a 20 something and then
Correct.
a 50 something for the skill.
So
So,
like my actual training in it is 22. My total score after like attributes, category, modifiers, all that stuff is 55.
You've got a this is climb or something, isn't it?
It's my dagger skill, stabbing someone.
You've got plus 30 on your dagger?
Well, the base is 20, right?
Oh, all right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So we're
Dagger
not
base is 15.
so we're not concerned with the beginning value. We're concerned with what the current skill is.
It's 55.
So 55 gives you a total chance of success of 45. So what's the crit chance on 45? And if it's 2 or greater, then you're 98.
You mean the fumble?
Yes.
Fumble is 98.
Actually, no. It's the reverse of the success chance.
Which it is,
right?
because only 2% for crit.
Okay, so if it's 2% on a 45, then yes. So that'd be the 98 in question. If you rolled a 97, no.
I rolled a 98.
Right. So yes, and I would count that as 2 successes, which is simply to say you can take 2d6 or you can add 6.
Yeah, I always do the flat rate.
That's usually a good idea.
I always roll, but then you end up with one of those ones and it really sucks.
For me, it's so that I can look at the little green square and I can do the math and I can see how many check marks I've actually been successful in, because I have a constant value.
Mm-hmm.
I have finished my check marks.
So I don't see any more rolling going on. I'm inclined to assume everyone else is finished.
I just rolled my last one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot something. Can I get a percentile roll from everyone?
I'll be back in a sec. Then I'll roll.
Oh my god.
84.
37.
Thank God somebody rolled under a 50.
Yeah. Oh well, you all rolled bad.
We did.
To get a
Fair.
roll from Albus, Tindo.
Wait, sorry,
Did-
what? What's
Roll a
going on?
D100. Roll a percentile.
Oh, okay. How's that?
Tinda said he'd stepped away the computer. He'll do it when he gets back.
I can just step over to his.
Okay.
Thank you.
Remind me never to do that again.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Um,
Our dice just got in the mood for skill checks, so
Yeah.
um, what's Alexander's intelligence?
My intelligence? It is 16.
Okay.
It's almost a times 2.
So while you were in the which is up where that pool was,
Hmm.
you remember seeing, actually I should backtrack a bit. On one of the tables there was a very small skull that looked dragon-esque,
Okay.
like a tiny dragon skull.
Okay.
It's kind of a curio sort of looking thing. Unusual in, that it's like a shrunken dragon's head.
Creepy.
Yeah. The question is that something you would have picked up or ignored or told anybody was there?
There
When
were
I
other
was
skulls
up
there that we
there,
got.
I would have thought that was cool. Yes.
Okay.
Interesting enough to pick up. 100%. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So add to the list of,
Shrunken dragon head.
yeah, well, skull.
Yes. Sorry. Dragon skull. Okay.
Okay. What are we doing from this point?
Do I know what that intelligence check was about?
Dragon skull?
Oh, knowing it was a dragon skull.
No.
Oh.
Seeing that there was this interesting artifact on the table and going,
Okay.
oh, that's interesting. Maybe I should grab that.
Okay. Okay.
So I think I'm going to be spending time looking at the map
Okay.
and looking for for opportunities that are on it that we haven't looked at, and secondly, looking again at the area around the moat house.
Okay.
Because seeing, in particular, I want to see if I can fit the pieces that we've explored in the second level, the one under the moat house, into what the map is showing.
I see. Yes.
Okay, I'm assuming the map shows the whole structure,
No.
not just the parts that it only shows the parts that we've been in.
No.
Okay, tell me what it shows.
Okay. There's a sort of a rough outline of a multi-towered, encased or enclosed city, some of which you can line up with what are probably what you have on the map.
And I know Wes is better at keeping journals than I am, so I will work with him on this.
Okay. So this isn't an architectural drawing.
No, of course not.
This is like
But estimating where things are, right?
right. Exactly. You can see that there was a city here. It doesn't detail all the roads and stuff in the
Okay.
layout of the city, but you can see that there's two walls, one which encloses the keep itself and another one which encloses the city.
Okay.
So when you ask the question, okay.
All right. So, what do you think, Wes? What is our next step from here?
I was trying to think because we had a couple of recommended options previously, right? Like one was to go to Minot and check out things there.
It's true. We still need to do
We
that.
were thinking about trying to follow the river downstream. No, we went that far. We went as far as we could.
As far
And
as
there's
we
the
could.
waterfalls and stuff. We now have the old road to Guldak, or the old road that goes upriver towards where the orcs and goblins are.
True.
And then there was a recommendation to go to Kars, right? And check out things there.
Yep.
So I forgot. Where's Karsk?
It's off the map to the east.
Oh, right. Okay.
On the north of the isthmus.
Okay.
Or we could go to Oban.
I would think
See if we can find a
that
pirate princess.
Stop with that.
I
She's
just
too
watched
OP.
Pirates of the Caribbean yesterday, so that has a little bit of appeal to me. But I think I'm going to suggest that we should do the trip to Minot. And then maybe from Minot we can go to Karsk if the situation allows.
Now, we're pretty sure that Minot is where the slave trade stuff is occurring, correct? GM?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. What language do they speak there?
Norse.
We need to get better at speaking Norse.
I hit 50.
Oh. Okay, maybe we don't then.
No, well, you all might. I'm okay.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if we have somebody who can translate
And
that,
you could all be my slaves, right? Got it. Barbarians who don't know the one true tongue.
You're not even. Aren't you a northerner or a southerner?
I'm a Hamlet native, so.
Okay, never mind then.
Actually, now that I look at it, my Norse is almost as good as my common.
And 50% is considered fluent.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And we could try to do some more digging around in the swamp.
If we're gonna do the swamp digging, we should go deep swamp digging where the battles are at.
You
So
don't
we
want to
can
go fight the
find-
lobstrosity?
Well, we could do that, but I've already got a cool sword now, so I'm not really that much into the monstrosity.
Well, it was. Yeah, the whole time it was all about the sword. Wow.
I keep having flashbacks to that
jokes.
crab video
What crab video?
with the crab and the dagger. The one that was going around Facebook for a while. I had the picture of the crab and the dagger.
It's yeah. They stuck a knife. They stuck a kitchen knife in the crab's hand, and they stuck a cigarette in the other one. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And the crab's holding onto both of them. Yeah.
And then somebody put it to the Star Trek music. You know that big martial music they always use in Star Trek when they do hand-to-hand fighting? It's hilarious.
No.
Yeah, I've seen it in a couple stuff. I've seen it with like the Skyrim combat music. It's pretty funny.
I think crab's being exploited.
If you watch the video, I think the crab's into it.
All right.
So anyway, that's my opinion.
Crab videos?
Yeah, well that too, but
I would
Okay.
Kendra's
point
cool
out
with
that
going
this
to Minot.
recommendation does not utilize the map that we were very adamant that we would use and did not want to sell.
Oh, we are going to use it.
Uh-huh.
You sound so skeptical.
Here, look, we got the crystal for you.
I don't think he's happy.
No,
Guess
but I'm
not.
on board for going to Minot. I'm more interested in that than following the map to
let's
treasures
go.
that will inevitably be in the dark.
Let's go to the place of scum and villainy. I'm more comfortable there.
Yes.
Well,
I love it.
On to my Sicely.
so the question is, what do we need if we're going to mine up?
A lot. That's really far.
So that was my question: is what would it take for us all to sit down and get the first check mark in, or the first skill slot in Norse?
Well, there are plenty of people in town who speak Norse, so it won't be difficult to find some training. Um, the first skill roll takes a certain amount of time.
I'm down for learning to speak this language.
Same.
Now, reading or writing, maybe
That-
not as much.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, that would take a lot longer, I feel like, to learn.
Perhaps just a bit.
So to get to 20% from 0, it's going to take 2 weeks, assuming you've got a trainer at 40 hours, which you don't have. Let's cut that back. Let's see. They're probably only going to be available in the evenings, maybe.
We'll all go into this one man's house and take a class.
Yeah, there's nobody. No one's going to give formal training like that. It's going to be, after work.
I mean, what does Tinda's moms do?
She works.
Yeah. Jobs.
Yeah. But
And she's got a 12-year-old to take care of now.
That's right. Well,
The 12-year-old can teach us Norse.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, she'll totally be able to explain to us that.
I could see maybe 20 hours. So that's going to kick it up to a month.
If we're staying for a month,
There's other stuff we can do, right?
yeah, that's just gonna
Well,
ask.
because I mean, we would only be learning in the afternoon, right? So we would also ostensibly be able
Have
to perform day
daytime,
jobs.
yeah. Yeah,
Right.
day jobs. That's what I was thinking. I was hoping I would still be able to work with the druid during the day.
Right.
Shit, that means I got to get a job.
Well, I have a job. You can join me.
What's that job?
Pounding nails.
Is nails a euphemism?
No, for building stuff with.
He's a carpenter.
Hmm.
So it's manual labor.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Ooh.
Labor and manual together in
Hmm.
the context of runt. I don't know.
Whoa.
I'm not seeing this very well.
So actually, when we were talking about we need to build that other character sheet, blah blah blah.
Oh, yeah, that.
The skill that immediately came to mind was engineering.
Well, so the way I'm going to do it is we're going to build the character sheet, and then I'm going to randomize the skill that comes
Okay.
off of it,
Okay.
rather than I'm
So-
going to pick hand-to-hand combat, unarmed combat at 90%. No, we're not going to do that.
Well, no. Actually, I was specifically looking for like an esoteric, like
No,
I don't
and
want a combat skill.
yeah,
Power of
I
plants.
Yeah.
right.
Thermonuclear engineering.
Piloting.
But yeah.
Gunsmithing.
I'll help be a carpenter for a while, I guess.
Easy.
You can get some skill points in the hammer.
There you go.
As
Okay.
well as earning a living at the time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one. That's all. Oh, well, wait. All right, let's take a step back. If I didn't work, if I was just a bum for a month, how much money would that cost me?
It depends on the lifestyle that you want to attain for that month.
Well, he did say bum.
Okay.
Well,
Cardboard box,
well, I mean-
alley, food scraps.
There's not even. I don't think there even is like 2 alleys in this. Like,
I mean,
place.
I'm assuming,
Yeah.
like, again, living at the inn, which I have been, right?
Somebody's footing the bill for that, aren't they?
Not
Rufus.
anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume
Oh.
that's going to last for forever. right?
Well, you do have family here. You can stay with the family, and if you can't stay with your family,
Right. So how much is the inn?
you can stay. You can stay at my house.
I think your mom might have something to say about that.
Well, not my room, but
No.
Your mom might have something to say. Your mom might bat an eye to like a little girl, but to a person who's going to be living there for a month rent free, who's
What?
a grown adult.
well, define grown because he's probably as tall as Chloe.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be doing any more growing, and Chloe might. You never know.
Well,
Actually, we probably do know.
more importantly, Runt has a reputation amongst the locals that I'm
As
sure
a-
your mother is well aware of.
Yeah.
Whether the party is conscious of that or not, that
Right.
doesn't
So,
matter.
so how much would it cost me to stay at the inn for the next month?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look that up.
And how much would I need to earn, in the interim to pay that cost?
Yeah, working for the carpenter as labor is not going to be enough to support staying at the inn.
Yeah, I didn't think it would.
It's like staying at a hotel.
But I do have some coin, right? So
Yeah,
it's not
right.
You
like-
do.
Don't you have those gems?
No, they were on the table with the rip-off potions that we never used.
Oh, I missed that. I apologize.
Don't we have the other gems?
How was it decided that Runt owned the bag of gems?
That was
Oh,
his
given to
treasure.
me.
It was his
No.
gift
That was
from
his
Oh.
gift from.
that's
Yeah.
right.
from Sir Michael.
And wait a minute, you threw that into the pile.
That's why
of-
I was so
Yeah.
confused.
Well, you guys,
That was his.
I mean, it was the group's effort to make sure that we don't die, so I contributed.
I see.
Because
I
despite his
thought the bag of
reputation,
gems
Runt
were
is a
like
team player.
also used
That is
for
true.
the analyzing of the magic items. Or was that a
that
different
was
bag of gems?
that was a new bag of gems that we found at the witch's place.
Ah. Would you like those bags of gems?
I mean, that's group funds.
Yeah, and you're a part of the group and you need a place to stay.
Right.
Exactly. We
But
can.
again, I have
Party
some
can foot the
coin.
bill.
I just haven't gotten an answer about how much it's going to cost.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I mean,
What was it? Like
we could
fi-
probably arrange for
100
something.
gold worth of money in there?
We could probably arrange for something at the church. There might be some minor labor, but
I don't know if Runt wants to sleep in the church. I think he'd rather sleep outside at that point.
Now, I don't know if he burst into flames at that point either. So
I mean, I wouldn't mind staying at the part of the church where the nuns live.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
Have you
And I'll
tried
tell you,
asking to
and
stay at anyone else's house?
and let me tell you nicely, the nuns will kick your ass.
But usually I got to pay extra for that.
I'm going to stare at him for a second, and then I'm going to start to laugh.
Where are we laughing at?
I'll
Around
slap
school and
Albus
drama.
on the shoulder. Oh, bud.
Where are we?
I think we're at the end.
I'm assuming we're at the end.
Yeah. Rent is sitting there doing his budget and trying to figure out, okay, can I stay here? I like this
Coin
place.
here.
Can I stay
Coin
here?
here.
I just want to learn my Norse, and so I can not be disguised as a slave or something like that.
I think it would be very dangerous for us to all be there and not speak Norse.
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
I agree. We need to learn Norse. And even a little bit is enough to pass.
I don't.
Mm-hmm. Donde está el biblioteca?
Alvis, is your character wearing the chain steel hauberk as well as the shield?
I have the shield, but Raymond has the
I
halberd
have the hauberk.
You have the hauberk. Okay, so what happened to your
because
chainmail?
the chain was too small for me, but perfect for Raymond.
Oh, okay. So what happened to Raymond's old chain?
He still has it.
I still have it for the moment. I mean, we can
Okay.
resize it. That's fine. I mean, I'm willing to toss that back in for anybody who has a use for it.
Yeah, it might be good to get our tank in it, Alvis, in the chain.
It probably would. So whoever wants to get it resized, go get it resized. It happened to be size 14. I'm size 14. It kind of seemed to be a sign from Mask.
Where
We
does
rolled with it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Every point of armor is helpful, though.
Yes, sir.
I think
And 2 of them was even
chain's
better.
8, right? Yeah, chain over over chest and abdomen is really good.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Alice only has the chain vest as well as I do, or the scale. The scale, the steel scale.
Okay, I'm back. What did you guys talk about?
Nothing.
Ah, okay. It appears while I was gone last time, the stats had been put in for me wearing the halberd, so I had to remember what it was before. Wow, that thing was powerful.
I have to admit, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that. Wow. No, no. My armor sucks compared to that.
Sorry, guys, I'm having to do some math here to figure out the question at hand. It's going to take me a minute to psych this out.
It's all good. My question, I hope, will be easier.
What is your question?
I'm going to take the same time and take these 2 nifty new books I have and pick up the plant lore skill.
Okay.
The plant lore skill. I already have that.
I also have a bit of that as well.
Yeah, well,
That-
I have magic that helps me, so you guys stink.
It's always
And you've got a 25 in it, while I have a 33.
That's I didn't put a lot into the knowledge skills, for the ranger skills. I did a little bit too much into the perception and
I believe that
manipulation.
math would
Ooh,
smile
don't-
upon me trying to get another knowledge skill. So
Don't worry, I only know about the tree-based portion of it.
I can cast a spell and point at a leaf and know where it came from. That's about it. It's my
well, I could
nature's law
say
abilities.
a tree and not have to cast a spell. So
I
Ooh, I
can
can learn the value. Okay.
I can chop down a tree and use its wood to build a house.
yay you.
What's the difference between a herb and a plant?
Plant is a more general term for plant is the larger group. Herb is like a smaller group inside of plant.
Well, yeah, I know herb's a plant, but you can open channeling nature's law. There's plant lore, and then there's herb lore, which is the same thing, but it says if the plant is not an herb, no information will be related.
Well, herb is a specific type of plant. Don't know like what separates it. I just know they're different. Well, it's rectangle and square. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
That makes sense.
So, Runt, I'm estimating about 14 silver in one of the common rooms at the inn. It does not include food.
I think you can afford that, Runt.
I can, in fact, afford that.
So are you just gonna be here doing nothing?
I think it is time to pursue my career as a bard. So if everyone else is working during the day and I just sit there and sit at the inn and play harmonica all day, would I be able to work towards my harmonica check marks?
So that becomes research.
Okay.
And you can only research.
One thing at a time.
Correct.
So I cannot research harmonica and Norse at the same time.
Let me rephrase that. You have X number of hours in the day. You can apply that in training to, you can divide up that time however you want. But yes, you can only research one thing at a time.
Okay, I'll probably do just a little mix. I'm gonna stay at the inn, and then I'll probably go do carpentry work for a little bit, do some physical labor there, and then
Okay.
if the church was like, hey, we need some help with this, I'll go do that for a little while. Not
Okay.
actually have any one thing that I dedicate my time to, and kind of just have a bunch of different little odd jobs that I fill my day with.
Right.
Maybe staying at the inn and more so working for different people just to have lunch or dinner with them. So work for a meal sort of thing.
So that's kind of the charity approach.
I can afford both, and it's just more storytelling stuff to me, and I'm largely indifferent, and I don't really want to make it a lot of hard math. So
Okay.
whatever's easier.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just observing that, as I said earlier, the character, by virtue of backstory, has a bit of a reputation here.
Mm-hmm.
So convincing people to welcome you into their home is, it'd be one thing to, yes, go chop the wood. Here's a few silver for your effort that day. Thank you.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just do odd jobs.
Okay.
Well, Runt, if you ever want to perform, I can do a bit of music.
Yeah, we did it at the end that one time. I figure we can do it again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you're going to spend some time, everybody's spending time learning Norse. There's certainly enough people in town who appreciate the efforts that the party has made that nobody's going to charge you for that effort. Norse is a common enough skill that, yeah, certainly Tindo's mom could teach everybody Norse, and she wouldn't hear of charging you for that. Is anyone else doing any other skills, i.e., training as opposed to research?
Yes.
Okay, and you're working with the druid on that.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm also going to be working on carpentry.
Okay.
My thing real quick. I am in the last. I need 20 more hours before the thing is like the first thing is complete.
Okay. So is this research that you've got scheduled?
No, it's training.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you'll pick that up in, the sometime during the month, I'm sure. First couple weeks.
And then, crap, I'm gonna look at the thing for training. Isn't it rolled against the person who trains me?
So your dad's training you?
Yeah.
He will succeed in his role. So you can take a d6 or a 3.
Let's take the 6. Taking a chance is always the best way. Except for when it's not. And that is the situation in when it is not.
That's how it works.
Better than nothing.
Okay, so everyone can take, if you're starting at 0 to 20%.
Starting at 0.
That is no prior training in Norse. At the end of the month, everybody can take it to 20%.
20%. And what's the is there anything in the number before?
Oh, the base number?
Yeah.
5%?
For another language?
Oh, is it 0?
I think
Here,
it
I
is,
have
yeah.
that. Okay.
It's 0? So it's 0?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
So wait, we're taking Norse to 20%.
Correct.
Yes, because
So
language
that
starts at
puts
0.
20 as the yellow number, or 20 as the total white number after other things?
The skill is trained to 20%, to which you add your bonus.
So, I mean, technically that means I'm more trained in Norse than I am in Common now.
Your common base should be 30.
Well, that's a common base, right? But that's not the yellow number.
Yeah, but he's putting no points in it.
I'm confused as to which box I'm putting this number in.
Okay.
I think you would be more trained in Norse because for Common it came a bit more easier to you since it was your first language. While in Norse you had to try a little bit harder to actually get anywhere with it.
Sure. I might not actually have any official quote unquote training, right, in Common. I was just commenting that if I put 20 into Norse, that's significantly more than what I have in Common.
So can I step in here, please? Thank you. So I'm looking at your character sheet, and your common starts at 30 because everyone has a basic understanding of the common language, to which you have added 8% in
Correct.
training. So you're at 38, and then you add 12 from your skill category modifier.
Yes.
That takes you to 50% in the
Correct.
skill as knowledge, as useful knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For Norse, you just gained 20%, which correctly goes into the yellow box. You should not
Yep.
change any other numbers anywhere ever than the yellow boxes. Okay. So at 20% plus 12 puts you at 32 for the actual skill that you would roll against.
Yes.
So no, it is not the case that your common is less known than Norse. It is the case. Yes?
You're correct. The final number is better. I was just commenting on the oddity of my my investment
So
being different.
yeah, the actual way to look at that is to add 30 to that 8, putting it at
Mhm.
38, not
Sure.
going, oh, I've only got an 8 here.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at us now. We can speak Norse-ish.
How much of a wrinkle would it put into things if I went to Telgar and got a real teacher?
You would lose time.
Rich boy.
Yeah, I think the question is, what's the trade-off?
Yeah.
Right, you're gonna lose X number of days to get there. there and back, and does that generate better training if the outcome is what's relevant?
Mhm.
So the short answer is there's nothing keeping you from going to Telgar if you want to.
And I'd have time to train in other things, correct?
Yes.
I think that's what Wes wants to do. There are things that he cannot learn here
That's probably true.
that he needs to work on. So we don't need to figure all that now.
Oh,
I can work
no.
on that later.
Yep.
I
That's
just need to
fine.
make sure I've got at least 20% in Norse, if that's what everybody else is going to be at.
Mm-hmm.
I calculate all the training times. Okay.
Yep. Okay. No, that's fine. Does kind of feel like this might be a good breaking point. It'd be cutting early. I'm okay with that.
I was going to ask you how your ribs were holding out.
My best friend is my pillow.
I'll bet. So for my knowledge, since I'm basically doing the same thing, I just take Plant Lord to a 20.
Yeah, going from
Okay.
yes, the book
Okay.
will take you at least to 20.
Oh, we also haven't decided what the book that Sir Michael gave me was.
Oh, yeah, we can psych that out too.
Okay.
So, going back to some of the loot from the party, is anyone? I mean, what are we doing with that stuff?
Most of it is just stuff, though.
True.
Got to take the shield, right?
The weapons and armor we've already all distributed out.
It's
The cash from
money.
previous we've already got distributed out. The only thing is, did we want me to take the crystal with me to Telgar to see if I can't find out more about it and how it works and what we can use it for?
Yes.
That's good.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think that's the only thing that's hanging out there is the crystal.
Okay. So, Wes, give me a percentile roll, please.
85.
Okay, not good enough. All right.
When I'm with the druid, I'd like to pull out the shrunken dragon skull and ask him if he knows what this is.
It's a pseudo dragon. Or it was.
Or it was a pseudo dragon.
Yeah, it's obviously dead now. When did you do this?
When? During training.
So several days into the.
Yes, yeah, by myself. Like not during the Chloe thing. This had been.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
brought it
Sometime
out
later.
later on.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, for next session, can you give me some indication of what direction you might be going?
I think the plan is to go to Minot, right?
I think we kind of.
What I said.
Yeah. I don't think there's any adverse ideas against Minot.
Okay.
You finally get to use that city adventure.
The city state of the Invincible Overlord.
No, that was so rough last time when Grant ran that. That was
Mhm.
hard.
Wow, I can't imagine.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty cool D&D one shot thing we did, but it was crazy. I was playing like an urban bounty hunter. I was playing like a lizard folk ranger or something like that. It was pretty fun. Little one shot. But yeah, he threw some crazy stuff at us. It was a cool little place. I think he had a backdrop of it all drawn out too that he showed us. It was pretty cool as well.
Yeah, I've got that map here somewhere.
It was a really big one. It looked
Mhm.
really cool.
Yeah, City State of the Invincible Overlord's awesome. Totally agree. All right, so we're off to see the slavers.
Yes.
Hopefully they're nice.
Oh yeah.
I bet they're.
Hopefully not get taken.
Yeah. What about the other train that we're all gonna do? Are we gonna do that next time? Because I think my training last time we did it was you were involved because it's not just skills, it's magic.
You're spending time with the druid, expanding or increasing your knowledge in a list, correct?
Yeah, the spell defense in Nature's Law.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. So what's the current percentage in the list?
21 and 16.
Okay. Are you working on both of them?
Oh no, I was just gonna work on spell defense.
Okay, so we're talking about spell defense,
Okay, yeah.
and the current percentage in the list is, what did you say?
The current skill percentage is 21. I have 15 from knowledge and then 6 from.
Okay, so 21.
Yeah.
Oops, I'm in the wrong spot. 21. And you have how many hours that you can work?
I was gonna work them full time because just the daily hours.
Okay, so
40 a
you're
week.
doing nothing to support your own income, correct?
Ah.
So
I have to figure
you,
that out.
exactly. So you got 40 hours a week that you can apply. You're spending half of that learning um, Norse.
Okay, yeah.
So you've currently got 20% that you can apply, or I mean 20 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you've got, let's see, I've got 4 weeks.
There's 5 weeks in a month.
I'm sorry, 5.
I don't know that 'cause I'm looking at the calendar right now.
How many days in a week?
9.
How many months in a year?
You could
There
look at the calendar.
are 8. Yeah, 8 months in a year.
9, 5.
360 days total in a year.
Oh, somebody messed with my calculator.
Oh,
That's
the
why
first
this-
tab?
Yeah, somebody.
Oh,
Let's see. I can do it manual. Let's see.
yeah, that should be the 5 times the 20 hours, right?
Correct.
Did somebody actually just type into 2?
It looks like it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got to learn how to lock these cells down so it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that with Google Sheets.
This is. Oh, that's 100 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, 5 times
Yeah.
20 is 100, yeah.
So that'll take you to 29%.
Okay.
Okay. Does that cover everybody?
I'm good.
Probably.
Okay. Well, your assessments of Owlbear. What do people think of this platform?
It seemed to work fine for what we were doing tonight.
We didn't have a combat tonight, so
True.
that's the big key.
Yeah.
If you can upload, a map and have a hex grid on your or squares or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But moving around icons works fine. The little dice roller on the side is fine. The pointer and the ruler, those are all handy.
So there is a
It
basic
The
grid.
grid.
Oh, I turned off snapping. Let me turn snapping back on. Okay, so snapping is back on.
And it's not though. Unless there's a grid underneath here we're not seeing.
Oh, yes, I can see it.
Yeah, if
You
you
just got to get close enough.
yeah, if you place yourself off the cell, it'll here I can force it at a 1-to-1.
Yeah, it likes to snap in the center of the thing.
So it's at
Mine's not.
1-to-1. Are you dragging with just the left click on the mouse?
Yeah. Putting it in corners. Put it on sides.
There, try it now. I think it was my fault. I think I turned it off by mistake.
Does everyone have access
Oh, we
to?
all have our grid sensitivity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was it. Yep. We each have our own grid sensitivity.
That's
Sensitivity level.
Where is that?
Lower.
The gear icon, lower left.